Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all good. Let me just get up the chat, Visual Studios, all that kind of good stuff. I recognize I shared the Discord link a little early, so bear with me just a moment. Yes, so as the title suggests, we are actually working on our billboard renderer today, so that is something to look forward to, I guess. Okay, let's just get the chat open. Live chat. Fantastic. Okay, and what else? I think we're good actually. Yeah. So to catch everyone up is what I was doing yesterday. I was beating up my engine, right? I was like, okay, let's just like see, can I make my engine chug, and is it relevant? We did actually manage to make the game engine go really slow. But that was due to the fact that I was using I was rendering thousands of I don't know, like a model that's meant for, let's say, it's meant for testing, but it's supposed to be like geometry that you're supposed to walk around like a building. It's basically a building, right? And I was rendering 4,444 buildings with an interior and different materials. And I feel like we ran into the small triangle issue where the quads, I had poor quad utilization because everything was so small. Meaning that despite us making the engine chug, I don't think it's realistic. Because, even if I was to make my own art assets, which I don't really plan to. I plan to eventually talk to an artist about this, but we'll see how that goes. I don't think someone who's going to give me game assets where the triangles are smaller than a pixel, which I think what was happening when we had this, which is very, very bad for performance. If you're not sure why, just let me know and I can explain. But apart from that, so we also did a bunch of planning yesterday, which I'll look into just a moment. So I was doing a bit of revision earlier. So if I go into my notes, where's the stream stuff? Okay, yeah. So we had a bunch of kind of like, obviously, part of this was like trying to figure out a profiler approach to measuring performance. If I have a profiler, it's kind of like, okay, then I can actually measure how things are going. It turns out, even when I try to do something crazy on the CPU side, we don't really get a degradation in performance because of the threading. There's a couple of things that I want to do in the engine, but I think Ratchet and a few others have said, after me listing all the game engine specific stuff that I might want to implement, due to the fact that I can basically push the engine pretty far without any, in a realistic way, right? Without any slowdown, outside of doing something kind of silly, which is like rendering a ton of geometry that's just too small to really see and get poor quad utilization and all that kind of stuff. Outside of doing something like that, it's probably best to work on gameplay until we get to the point where the gameplay is too slow, or at least the gameplay has some kind of issue that we need to kind of fix and kind of improve the engine from there. So that is that is what I've been thinking about now. And yeah, that's what we're going to be doing today, programming wise. Yeah, so I was thinking, I don't know if I should mention this. I don't know if this is like a thing that I should mention, but I've been thinking about the video that I posted, and I'm getting a lot more comments than I'm used to on my video, and it's kind of maybe reflect on why. And I feel like the reason that my video has a lot of feedback, or interaction, I guess, is due to the fact that where we live, the general kind of like how do I put this, culture that we're living through when it comes to, let's just say programming. I'll keep it to that. I won't try and extrapolate this out, but is extremely confused. And it's kind of strange that, you know, it stood out to me when I realized that my video can be boiled down to two things. You know, I kind of talk about AI, and then I talk about how to get good at something. And the fact that my video didn't just get like 5 views and kind of dismissed as like the most obvious statement on the planet is kind of like sad. That the institutions and the wider discourse and the culture that is surrounded in programming is the way it is. I am not someone who used AI ever, so I've never kind of interacted with that side of the world, but I feel like it resonated with a lot of people due to the fact that things that I think people have lived through it enough now to recognize that, or have like bought into the idea that they don't have to try, I guess, and then realize that no, it actually does take a long time to get good at something, which, you know, is kind of an obvious statement. I kind of just like I said, I expected to get like 100 views. I think I said that in the Discord. Because I felt like a few people needed it, you know, I needed to strengthen my argument of why taking time to practice something is worthwhile. So I made a video about it, and yeah, it's kind of like an interesting. I'm not I don't think it's what I said is particularly profound, but I think it's just a statement on things, I think, which is kind of sad at the moment. That, you know, no one has told anyone this, that yes, to get good at something, outsourcing all your thinking to someone else is not going to help. Or it takes a long time, right? And something can be AI in this case, or someone else, right? You know, if you get someone else to do mathematics for you, you're not going to learn maths, right? Whether that's through a machine or a person, right? It doesn't have to necessarily be an AI. And yeah, it's just it's kind of disappointing in a way that my video didn't just go, yeah, obviously, you know. But yeah, it's just I don't know if I should have brought that up, but I was just kind of reflecting on this, you know, while I was setting up. Hey, Heisenberg, how you doing, dude? Just reflecting on things a little. But yeah, that's all I have to really say about that. You know, outside of just, I wish you all the best, and you know, anyone who has, you know, maybe you're in the live stream watching the VOD in the future, or maybe you're here live now. I just wish you all the best when it comes to getting skilled at something. I really think you can. No need to run right now. I'll be asking that later. Yeah, no problem. I'll get things running for you soon. So yeah, you know, wish you all the best on your endeavors, and yeah, good luck out there. Anyway, right. So we do have some billboard stuff, and we do have. If I run this in RenderDoc, actually, let's start off with RenderDoc, I think, because that's going to level us into kind of like where we need to be. And that's going to help, I think. I think I might need to git stash apply, which might break things. Hello, Kalia. How you doing, dude? Got my drink ready. My back is not as sore, so I'm definitely feeling less tired. Right. Okay. So let's get this running in RenderDoc. Good, man. How about you? Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing decent, yeah. Can't complain. Tea is almost ready. Yo, nice. It's always nice when the tea's ready. Alright, let's throw this into RenderDoc, and I'll kind of explain. It's going to be a bit easier today if I just explain RenderDoc. Let me just continue to comment stuff out. Comment this out and comment this out. Oh, you know, I haven't started my timer, which I should kick that off. Right. Okay, so we should have, I think at the very least, yes, we got duck now, so we're not going to get anything crazy. Give that a run. and hopefully we have like a relatively... We might have the debug scene, which doesn't really matter. Heisenberg has said, I'm starting data structures and algorithms for college placement. And it's around 13 months from now. Yeah, so wish you luck. Good luck with that. I'm not sure exactly how deep you need to go with data structures and algorithms. But yeah, good luck. It's not something I've ever studied thoroughly, admittedly. So it's not like it's actually not my strongest suit for sure. Okay, so we have this. Very good. Crazy physics. Very nice. Okay, so let's throw this into render doc, which we have. And oh, we should start some music actually. Let me start some music. I didn't realize I kind of started streaming a little too early. But yeah, I shared the link in the Discord a bit too early. So yes, I'm just gonna throw this on and just see how that looks. Yeah, that's cool. Turn off the... Yeah, it's not looping anymore. Cool, yeah. That's just me testing the physics. Do you use Linux? Yes, I do. But because most... I think I've said this all the time, but because most games are on Windows, I have to kind of develop on Windows because that's the priority to get things working on Windows. But yes, this engine will be on... there will be an ELF file for people to run natively. I'm developing on Debian, so yeah, that's what I'm doing at the moment. I'm a bit of a noob, honestly, when it comes to Linux, but I'm trying to get better at GDB and NeoVim and stuff like that. Well, most companies ask for data structures in the interview. Yes, that's true. So it is a good idea. I'm not going to say it isn't. Right, so if I capture a frame, which doesn't really have to, and I throw this into our texture viewer. Oops, it's actually loaded first. Alright, so go to texture viewer, and we have a clear, we have index draw call of the docs. You can see these little bits. That's not your monitor looking dirty. There's the rocks, which we're very familiar with. That's the debug geometry. And that's the skybox. And then we have the billboard. You see it? I don't, because it's not here. So yes, that's what we're going to try and fix today. We are trying to render a rectangle, effectively. And that always needs to face the camera. So that's what a billboard is. It's just a sprite, a 2D sprite in 3D space that always faces the camera. Right now, I don't see anything, and this is a problem because obviously to have any type of bullets in the game, I don't want to have... I mean, I could have a 3D asset, but it's more convenient if I do point-based collision on a billboard. But I need billboards anyway for particles, so that's what we're doing today. We're trying to get that to render so we can start adding a mega nice particle system into this, so we can have some nice gameplay, right? Because there's a lot of particles in space. Oh man, you're so good at this. Thanks. It's funny. It's one of these things where I actually don't feel that good, but you know, I'm not gonna say this or that about how I feel because often it's inaccurate. But yeah, I very much appreciate a compliment there, Heisenberg. Right. So yes, that's all gone to sleep. So yes, we are going to. What I'm going to do, I think, is change the screen to black. So the streaming experience is nicer. I'm going to do the clear screen to black, which is quite easy to do. Do I want to set scissors or viewport first? I always forget. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. Begin rendering. So yes. So what I'm going to do, instead of white, we're going to go black. I do white because it's easier to debug. Actually, I'll do like a grey. I'll do a dark grey. This is mostly for my lovely viewers. I don't want to blind you over and over again with a white screen. You might be watching in a dark. Well, this should be white. Should this be one? You might be watching in a dark place. So and right, let's go to debug and let's turn on debugging stuff as well. And what we're going to do is render nothing other than our... Yo, how you doing, dude? Thank you for joining us. I hope you end up having a good time checking out the stream. Hopefully you yeah. So yeah, we are just enabling everything. How's it going? I watched your YouTube your video on YouTube. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, I'm feeling okay. I was a bit tired yesterday, but now I'm feeling okay, to be honest. I had a really sore back, but now I'm chilling. So yeah, no complaints from me. How are you doing, dude? Yeah, thanks for checking out the vid as well. I hope it was insightful or useful. So we have where is it? It is. Ugh. Have I enabled everything? I'm just gonna check. Go to the graphics. No, I hadn't. Okay, right. Right, so that's all on again. So we have synchronization turned on. And finally, I'm going to disable literally everything other than... so we're not going to have any nice... So we're going to have to wave goodbye for a moment. So yes, we're going to have to wave goodbye to this. I did comment, please reply if you can later. Yeah, sure. Will do. So I'm just gonna build this so we can see what we're seeing. Yeah, I always try to help you guys out. I try to reply to comments in batches, so I'll like reply in mass to a lot all at once. Otherwise, you know, I'll just be constantly, you know, looking at my, you know, looking at things over and over again. Say my name, Heisenberg. There we go. Actually, it's a little too... I think that's fine. That grey's fine, isn't it, guys? I don't think that's too white. Right, so what we're going to do here is literally just turn off everything else that we're going to be rendering. And then we're going to throw this into... so we throw it into render dock immediately, but effectively we're going to get rid of that scene, and we're basically going to have a main menu. In fact, to speed up debugging even more, I'm going to remove the main... the rubbish menu, which is easy to do. There you go. So yeah, we shall get rid of the main menu, not for any particular reason, just to so we don't have to click start over and over again. It's a very straightforward fix, and we should have just a grey background now, and this is just to speed up development so we can actually see what's going on. Yeah, okay, so we have a grey background with nothing here, which is fantastic, which is what we wanted. I'm not going to worry about anything being deleted fairly. Okay, so why did I do that? We should be seeing something and we're not, and effectively I'm trying to fix that today. We should be seeing, I think, if I look at the fragment shader, we have a vertex shader here, right? I think what I'm going to do as well is kind of mess around with this as well. Anyway, so if I go to the 2D, I think I'm just using the same thing here. Yes, we have a color, and then we just multiply that by a texture, and then if the alpha coordinate, yeah. So what I'm going to do just for safety right now is I'm going to get rid of the discard code. And yes, we should be, like I said, we should be seeing a rectangle on the screen, but we're not, and that's what we're trying to debug today. So I just want to remove everything else from the engine to make it as obvious as possible that it's not working and speed up development. So yeah, let me know if anyone doesn't know what a billboard is. It's a bit of a strange rendering technique name. It's a bit loud, so I'm going to turn it just down a touch. Oh, this is a sick track. you forgot to say you're goddamn right. There we go. Oh well. Can't have it all, man. Anyway, so let's break into the next step. So, right, I think I'm going to mess around with the shader for now. I think if we have an orthographical projection, so we only have a scene and a view projection, but if I lazily kind of just do this and then So what I'm going to start out with is just getting an orthographical projection version projected on the screen, and we're going to go from there. So we'll have in our 2D renderer draw quad, which is just a generic thing. Where is... Yes, we have ortho. Interestingly. Yeah, why is this here, actually? This should not be here. Actually, the height and width, as long as I don't resize the window, this should be fine. Wait, what is going on, actually? Why is that like that? That's kind of interesting. So I have a scene data that's getting uploaded as a scene handle. And it's not matching what's happening in the shader. So that's obviously not... Yeah, okay. So I've clearly... I think this has happened in the middle of a merge, actually. This is a Git issue. But yes, that was never going to work. So that's the first step, is fixing this. So view project. So we need the view projection matrix. Doesn't really matter which way around. They're both the same size. And now that's going to break things a little bit, but that's easy to fix. Very easy to fix. It should be anyway. So we have a... Yes. Okay. So ortho. I'm going to say this is project for now because that's going to be the most straightforward. And yes, we create a buffer that's for the whole scene. We use a buffer device address to access that guy. And I think that is the same size as everything in the 2D renderer. Let's just check again. So we have billboard here, which has, yeah, view project. The 2D renderer, though, that's kind of a question mark. No, okay, so that needs a view project. Now the question is, should I have... Alright, I see. Let's go now. Give me drug money. Oh dear. We have full on Breaking Bad in the chat. Uh oh. Right, okay, so this is going to break the 2D render menu, actually. Now, the question is, do I want view project or... Yeah, okay, so let's just do a... I think for the 2D renderer, I'm going to do view project, right? And instead of that, we're going to have that. And we're just going to kind of comment in here and just say project is an orthographical projection, not a 3D, not perspective. Right, cool. Right, so we have that. Ah, right. I haven't seen any of those shows, to be honest. Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul. Actually, that's a lie. I saw one episode of Better Call Saul. But I think it was maybe lost on me because I've never seen Breaking Bad. I've heard it's fantastic, though. Anyway, so we have these. View project, view project. Is it all view project? It doesn't really matter, but I like to have it the same way round. As everything, and we don't use that here, so we can just, okay, we continue. Fantastic. Right, that should be fine. And what is the color I've set? Actually, I need to check that out as well in the 2D renderer. So if we go to the 2D renderer, we have, yes, we upload. Right, okay, so yes, the projection might change every single time. And project equals projection, and the update UI, I think, is an orthographical projection anyway, so that's fine. Okay, cool. We are just doing 2D, proper 2D at the moment. And we should see a rectangle, but I don't know what this thing is supposed to look like. Let's see. So if I go to my game and we look at this setup for this 2D renderer, what do we have? So we initialize, we build game UI. Okay. Right. Interestingly enough, we don't actually have anything here that's remotely interesting. I don't think we have draw quad. Do we have create quad here? Yeah, we don't have anything. Okay, so this is not... Okay, so nothing was ever going to work because we don't have anything anyway. Okay, so this was an obvious Git issue, right? Now, the question is, do I have my Git Atlas? Do I have my Atlas here? No, sorry, Git Atlas. My Atlas maps? No, we do not. Okay, and this is still called test. Alright, so let's change this. Very simple thing. Let's just make sure nothing else is called that we care about. Nope. Alright, cool. People love actions more than a history. So both are goated. I live in Breaking Bad. I like Breaking Bad more because I watched it first, but Better Call Saul is better written. Oh, okay. Compared to Breaking Bad. Okay, interesting. Right. Again, I've not seen either, but obviously, I'm not really much of a TV guy, to be fair. I struggle to. The only thing I enjoy that I think is kind of tangentially related is anime, but I don't really watch much of that either. I still need to finish Free Ren. Okay, so now we need... I think we should have the other texture, which is called particles. Yeah, fantastic. Okay, so now we need this. Cool. We have view projection, we have particles now. Oh, do a comma. That's extremely important. Whoops. C++ will concatenate strings if you're not careful. It's actually really helpful. This song is so good. Right, okay. There's an empty function right now. Let's just rob this. Okay, so this is the same dealio, I think. So I'm just going to grab... yeah, so add... Yeah, we'll do that one. Let's throw that in there and just see how that looks. And yeah, I'm just going to grab a bunch of stuff. And we need to be at 0, 0, I think. Sub sprite sheet. Yeah, okay, so let's grab... It's not button size, but I still want to... I'm going to rob all the variables just for ease of use. I was watching a lot of series and film in the past before I started coding, yeah. Hi, I found your channel and I'm a C++ noob. I was wondering if learning C++ in depth is useful for finding a job these days. I'm working as a 3D renderer. Oh, I'm working on a 3D renderer, but I'm not sure how useful it'll be to learn. So if you're working on a 3D renderer, I don't see... It depends, right? I don't know. I'll just answer that kind of... C++ in general is more used than the other languages, like Zig, Rust, and Odin. But I think... So you'll probably find more job opportunities if you learn C++ well. I think I have in my roadmap, at the very least, I think you should, wherever I say, learn all the basic floating types, all the control structures, all the loop types, some data structures at the very least, vector, stack, map, and array, I would say, how dynamic memory works, which I've linked here if you're interested in the roadmap. Pointers, reference, double pointers, all the casting types, arrays, static, I think I said earlier, but static, dynamic, unordered maps. And these are the data structures and algorithms kind of thing that you need to understand. Functions, classes, structs, arguments passed by reference value and pointer. What's the pros and cons of each? Preprocessors. Learn all 3 different variants of static. Learn what inline does. Learn at least the singleton pattern. Learn inheritance, polymorphism, and composition. And object-oriented basics like is and has relationships, which kind of comes back to polymorphism. Learn how to debug with breakpoints if you're not already doing that. Learn what common runtime issues happen, like dereferencing a pointer, read access and write access violations. Basic constness, const functions, const pointers, const references, const values, const expr. You should be able to handle exceptions, basic asserts. Learn different, learn of the different C++ compilers. Learn basic templates. So you should be able to write an array, array class for yourself. Know what lambdas are. Know the difference between static and dynamic libraries. Know how the size of operator works and how big classes and structures are. Learn about overloader operating. Learn how constructors and destructors work. Learn about all different scope types. Learn file I/O. Have a medium-sized project, which you sound like you already do. Have a good understanding of your IDE, and learn how a computer works at, I'd say deep level, but like at a, not like I know what the RAM does, but like what does the how memory works, basically. Like, how does the CPU work? That would be kind of useful for you to know in general. That's just going to help you become a better programmer. So I would say these are like fundamental skills. I can't say if you'll know all these, you'll have a job. But if I was to interview you as a junior programmer, I would want you to know these things, personally. So that's what I would do. It depends, right? It's not as difficult. Like, some of these things are like, oh, you could learn this in like learn different what C++ compilers do. That's like nothing at all. Yeah, this is the bare minimum. When I say bare minimum, because a lot of people kind of dive into 3D game development like quickly, and they haven't learned like what static means, right? So that's what I would say. Like, you should know these. You should know some of these. You should know what all the if statements and switch statements do. You should know what loops do, I think, at the very least. You're probably familiar with vector, so you probably have some foundational skills. But yeah, if you just take some time to learn all this stuff, you'll be much better off, and you'll thank yourself. Honestly, you'll give yourself a pat on the back, and you'll be like, that was worth it, in my opinion. But yeah, that's like that's what a good junior, in my opinion, should know. And yeah, that's what I would say is a good starting point. That's something I would work on personally. Like, I did this. I went through learncpp.com myself, which I do recommend for other people to do. In 2017, I did this myself. I went through and I was like, how do I do exceptions? Okay, learn how to do exceptions. And then static asserts. What's that mean? Okay, now I know. Think about it as like going slow now so you can go fast later. Sometimes you need to go slow around corners when you're racing in a racing car to then overtake, right? You can't just always have your foot on the accelerator. And like I said in the video, it takes you a long time to become an expert, so I wouldn't stress about it too much. You have plenty of time, and I believe in you. But yeah, that's in my Discord if you actually want to check that out. It's it's the pinned comment in the pinned message, I should say, in the resources. So if you want to check that out and kind of copy that for yourself and have a go, then yeah, that's where that's where that lives. Beautiful. What a beautiful accent. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I will read up on your roadmap and start right now. Yeah, fantastic. I wish you the best, dude. Anyone's capable of this. Anyone's capable. It's not the hardest thing in the world. It's not like I'm telling you to. Even if it is difficult, I found it difficult, by the way. It's not like, I'm not saying it's not difficult, but I'm saying you're perfectly capable. So yes, I definitely believe in you. So this was the size. This is what is the size of this image? Actually, I don't know. Hi man, I just found out. I found you on how to become an expert. Fantastic, yeah. I hope you enjoyed that video. Yeah. Hopefully it was useful for you. Hello, hello, hello. I'm glad you're all coming in from that video. I'm glad it provided hopefully some value for you guys, because that was the whole point. Alright, so let's check out this video. Let's try not to get distracted for a moment. Impossible challenge. Activate. Escape point, not getting distracted. Right. Assets, textures. How big is this thing? Right, so our particles are, I think it's 512 by 512. Details, please. 256 by 256. Okay. We're just going to throw in some magic numbers here. So 256 by 256 for just a hacky moment. I think we have it in 2 different places, so we'll have to decide. Right, okay, so I think these are 64 by 64. So we'll say the button size is that, that's fine. And the sub-sprite size is, I believe, 64.f and .f. I would also add transform, reduce, and execution policy parallel onto the list. Yeah, I can't deny that's going to be useful. For me, it was like, what is the absolute minimum? So if you believe that's the absolute minimum, yeah, feel free to, you know, I don't mind criticism on my roadmap. You know, if you feel like you need to append something, like maybe this is a good idea, you know, throw that in there. That's chill too. Thanks for the video. Yeah, for real. Thanks for the video. I appreciate you all guys. I'm kind of disappointed with the fact that my video wasn't, and this is going to seem strange, but while I compile, I can talk about this. I'm disappointed that my video wasn't like immediately obvious to everyone, if that makes sense. It just shows that unfortunately right now that we're living through a time where the culture, the programming culture is so confused. Okay, so we do have something, but we got the wrong texture. It's so confused that it's like not entirely obvious to people because of all the things that I mentioned in the video. But yeah, I'm glad it's helping you guys out. Okay, so we got black, which is not good. Okay, that's good. So that means I don't want to actually let's do something a bit strange in my renderer just to break things. So if this is supposed to be transparent, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this to a color that doesn't exist in my thing. So I'm going to say color. For that particular pixel, we're going to say the color is, just for debugging reasons, this is pure debug. For pure debugging, yeah, I say two. Actually, I'm just going to write this because I always write this for myself. Delete. Oops. Let's not completely fall over myself. Let's just write this as a new color. So a vec for, I don't know. We'll go pure magenta, right? So I think that's 1.f. Blue is 1.f, and then no green, and then 1.f, right? That should be. Alright, so let's see. We should see. Okay, interesting. So we just see black. So it's not transparency that we're not hitting this. Interesting. Okay. You've made me want to learn. Oh, sorry. I have like 12 cores. C single-threaded generation icons. Nice, dude. That's sick. You've made me want to learn stuff. Yes, validation is enabled right now. I aim to learn C++ really properly to make a 2D/3D game, mostly 2D. I came from your last video on how to become an expert in programming. Thanks a lot. Yeah, yeah. Good luck, dude. Anyone's capable of doing this. So yes, I really wish that you you know, if we got more good games out there, that'll be a very good thing for everyone, honestly. So yes, I do wish you the best on that. Maybe we'll be able to play them one day. So yeah, keep up the studies, man. Right, so yes, validation is enabled, but I don't see what we're missing. We haven't got any validation issues at the moment, as far as I can tell. What I'm going to do actually, so for those who don't know what I'm messing with, I have a sprite sheet renderer, so a 2D renderer. We're doing orthographical projection right now, and I can't quite remember which way the Y is flipped. So we might be cropping from the bottom of the image. And I think the only way to... I could load a different image, the debug texture thing. But let's just mess with these values just briefly. So X and Y, this should be 1. Let's just see what that looks like. So what have we got here? We've got a black image. Okay, so... let's see. If I say 64 by 64, which is correct, we have... that's just the size that's being rendered on the screen. Nothing interesting there. We have sprite offset, which is completely fine. That's right. So we have the set. That's just where it's being presented on the screen, which is fine. And the layer. Right. Okay. So everything here seems fine, but I don't. Yes, we're just getting the wrong part of the sprite sheet. So that's the first task. Figuring out based on. I'm just going to open this up in GIMP. And we're going to just look at our sprite sheet, and we're going to see where it should be and what we're supposed to be looking at effectively. Git and avoid and build our assets folder, textures. We're going to load in this. You can't imagine it's a very complicated image, but so we should be here as far as I can tell. Yeah, 64 by 64. Pixel position is 0, 0, but we might be at the wrong size. So if the Y is flipped, let's just do the maths. We should be 1. I'm just going to kind of do it like this. 2, 3, 4. So it should be 4. Obviously that's bad, but let me just see if that's even relevant. So let's see. No, interesting. Okay, let's right. I'm getting tempted now to. Ooh, okay, we've got a new thing here. That was because. Oh, right. Can destroy an image. That was only on shutdown. Okay. I think I tried to shut down too quickly. We'll see though if that's an issue. Yeah, there you go. Validation layers are still on. I don't exactly know why that got triggered. What image is that actually? Image view is not label handle. Image view must be okay. So it's saying it's not. Looks like a double deletion here. Why doesn't that have a name to it? Okay, we'll come back to that if that becomes an issue, right? So we have add quad. I think what I'm going to do is go to our thing. I'm just going to mess with the debug one, which is this terrible gross image, but it's kind of helps us figure out where things are in like our texture thing. So what are we actually getting here? Also, I get that learning things. Let me just see. Okay, so we're not actually rendering anything. That's good to know. So it's actually nothing. Okay, I'm going to change the music real quick and then answer that question. Let's see. Let's go to... yeah, let's go to Lost Paintings. That's always good. For some reason, I'll say this all the time in the live streams. I've got like this long playlist of, I assume, non-copyrighted music because it's all video game stuff. But occasionally YouTube will just repeat like 3 tracks over and over again, even though we're on shuffle mode. So yeah, we're going to have to occasionally deal with that. So I'll just pause for a minute and answer this question. Also, or this statement. Also, I get that coding things from scratch is fun and you learn a lot, but purely from an economical standpoint, wouldn't using an open source engine like Godot speed up your development while letting you modify its internals? Yes, there is something to be said for that when it comes to game development and doing things from scratch. My only... so, yes, I do this because primarily because I love doing it, right? That's the main thing, right? But from an economical standpoint, I believe, in my opinion, I don't know if this is true for things, right? That eventually, as the game gets more and more complicated, it doesn't matter if you've used Unity, Unreal, Godot, wrote your own game engine. It all gets as complicated and as difficult at a certain level of complexity. There's a couple of other reasons why I want to do this, but that's my general. Obviously, my game is not nowhere near that complexity. So yes, it would make sense perhaps to use, say, if I just wanted to get this out as fast as possible, to use something like Unity. But eventually, I think what's going to end up happening is that my engine is going to get so specific and like optimized for the game that I'm going to make that the complexity and issues of dealing with my own code are going to be offset by the fact that it's very specific to what I'm trying to do, versus something like an open source engine where it's not my code and it starts off easy, but then it gets harder and harder and harder as things get more and more complicated because it's not working in the way I personally needed or wanted to do, right? So that's like why I'm not that concerned with complexity in the long run, because eventually there will be a saddle point where they kind of just match in difficulty. So from an economical point of view, when I get to that point, I don't know when that will be, but the complexity will be about the same, and releasing will be the same amount of speed, right? Like we're getting to the point now where like indie games are like taking 10 years to come out, despite them being 2D. Like obviously the masterpiece that is Silksong took 10 years because of a lot of different reasons outside of things, but that was made in a game engine, right? And if they used their own game engine, it would have taken 10 years as well. So it's like the same deal, right? It's like they kind of reach the same level of complexity in the end anyway. So that's like that's what I'm doing. That's why I don't mind developing my own tech, because it'll be very specific to me. This thing. So yeah. What am I doing? I forgot what I was doing now. All right. Okay. So we have particles which aren't being rendered at all. So I don't know why. Let's just check if our fragment shader is working. So Dimitri said, I'm using Godot. You don't need to dig into the internals there. You can just throw your own library in alongside it. Oh, there you go. Okay. I'm unfamiliar with pretty much every other commercial game engine other than my own. Well, mine's not a commercial game engine, but you know what I mean. Let's just set this to because debugging this at the moment. So this should be, let's set this to not magenta. And just see, do we get anything rendering at all? Let's set this to all green and all red. I think that's yellow. I actually don't know. So let's just see how that goes. Okay, yes, so we have magenta. Interesting. Is that because I accidentally did magenta, or... Let's do to white. I know 100% white is just 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. But I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, okay, so that is getting through. We were just not getting a texture. I think it's just not me handling resources properly. Yes, okay, so because I've commented out a bunch of stuff, we're not cleaning up resources properly. And that is because I think bineless rendering will clean up after itself. I still have the option to rip out Godot and plug in Escape Point's engine. Hell yeah. There we go. Escape Godot, maybe. That's what it's called now. Right, so we have color. I see you have black though. I'm confused. Okay, so let's make the simpler version of this, right? So what I'm going to do is just take out this. I'm going to have no color. We're just going to say that equals that. I'm going to say vec for 1.f. And I'm going to comment all this out just for a minute. In addition, pre-made engine companies may change their terms and service and how they want. you become dependent on them anyway, because without an engine, you cannot develop your own game. Yeah, that's like a thing that I didn't mention, but yes, you can end up in a situation where your game basically gets deleted from the internet. What am I doing here? Too many arguments. What is texture return? I thought our texture returns are vec3. Maybe not. If you use like let's just say Unreal 2, it's going to be hard to find like a very specific build in Unreal 2. Okay, that was it. Okay, I thought it returns a vec. Okay, so what do we get here? So we just still get the black image. Interesting. I don't know why. Yeah, so we're not cleaning up some resources because I've disabled all the rendering apart from one thing, right? I don't think Godot can change their TOS. Yeah, that's true. Godot is open source. That flies in the face of that particular argument. But yes, generally speaking, that's like you can chalk up what I'm doing to like I love what I'm doing, so I do it this way anyway. That's the main argument, honestly. Oops. Let's go back. Okay, so that didn't really make a difference, but that tells us at the very least it's the texture itself rather than anything else. Oh, we might not be binding. Okay, so let's just check. No. We are binding. Hang on. Let me do this. I've got an idea. Binding. Yeah, so if I do the UI, we saw this earlier, right? UI. Yeah, okay, so we are getting something, right? That's... And if I change this to, I don't know, 1, I guess, or something. Like, I don't know what that's going to look like, but we are getting... Okay. Let me try again. 2 then? I think it might be 256 by 256 or something. I think this texture sprite sheet is much bigger than the one I'm trying to modify. Yeah, okay, so we are getting like different things here. But I'm kind of nervous if we're just getting like 1 pixel sampled here, so I'm just going to kind of move things around a bit. You know, just bear with me just a moment. Godot is the only option for now. A custom game engine gives enjoyment for some people. I would be bored using a pre-made engine. Love that. Yeah, why not? I mean, yeah. Like I said, though, like the saddle point eventually becomes... so I think what might be happening... yeah, it all gets hard anyway in the end, so it is what it is. Let's go 2 then, I guess. I'm trying to look for text here. I'm trying to see like a partial piece of text. Okay, there we go. So, what I'm going to do, actually, I've changed my mind. What I'm going to do is render the whole thing. Sub sprite sheet size at 0, 0. Let's just see if this works. This is going to be quite easy to do, actually. And I'm going to say that it's 512 by 512. So that's the whole thing. So we should see the whole UI thing in a tiny little rectangle. The sprite sheet thing, right? So, let's see. Yes, okay, so that's good. That's what we want to see. Now, what we're going to do is also do exactly the same thing, but for the particles, and we're just going to use the right size, which is different for us. This would be 256 F by 256. And we should hopefully see exactly the same thing. If it's all black, then we know something's wrong with the, I think, image more than anything. Right, okay, so that is an indication that something's wrong with the image, I think. Hang on a minute. Or is it? No, I don't think it is. Hang on. This doesn't have to be static, I don't think. Yeah, we have 2 arrays in here. I'm starting to think that we're not loading this at all. I feel like we've got a non-loaded image. Give me a minute. Something's wrong when we're actually loading the images. So load textures, load texture atlas. Okay, hang on. That would do it if we're not loading it. So, where's the load textures? Ah, right, okay, so it could be internal, right? Let's see. No, okay, interesting. It's not used here. So it looks like we're not loading any textures here, so that just causes issues, I think. Renderer, intit. Nope, that's not. It's not what we need to do at all. Oh, yes, that is. No, we're definitely not intit. Load textures, and it is the Atlas particles. So we're loading that fella in. And this comes in and does what? As far as I'm tell, it gets the path. Right, so this is going to completely freak out if we render things incorrectly. So that's good. Let's see. Yeah, that would be a big obvious, like we're not even rendering the image, we're not loading the image from disk. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. We're now loading the debug thing from disk, and I think we can try at least to move away from this now. Just call it particles. Okay, that exists, and hopefully we render the whole thing, because I think it is 256 by 256. So let's see. No, okay, so why did that happen? So it could load the image, which is interesting because it would have errored out otherwise. The image it loaded was... Is it really? I thought it was 256. Hang on. Let's see. The size of is, yes, about 256 by 256 deliberately for ease of use and compression and stuff. Right. Okay, so that didn't work. Let's see. What else is wrong? Oh, by the way, for anyone who's like kind of like looking like, whoa, 2 gigs. I've reserved a lot of memory. It won't be as big as one tab open in Google Chrome. I promise you when you get your hands on this. Let's see, particles, comma. We do load these things, and what are we doing in the fragment shader again? Oh, we're not doing anything. So let's do a discard, and I wonder if it disappears. Now we don't have to worry about it messing up any partial derivative calculations because we're not actually going to do anything interesting with this shader. Unless we want to do physically based rendering. Yeah, okay, so it is alphaing out that, which is interesting. Right, so we know at least it is doing its job. But it's just, I thought the whole thing was that size. I mean, we can make it 256 by 256 as well, but I don't think that changes anything. That just changes the rectangle size that we're seeing. But maybe, I don't know. No, I think we're just getting black, which I don't quite understand, considering we loaded correctly the other image. So let's, yeah, that. I want to see that, please. Okay, so I'm just going to use a bit of commenting out stuff. So yeah, our first, looks like our second issue, I guess. I don't know what issue we're on at the moment is. I'm just going to leave that there. Is it copied to the right place? It should be, yeah. I was reading your roadmap and you recommend making your own physics engine is not worth it. Why? Is it more difficult than making a renderer and all the other stuff? Well, I assumed when people were asking me like how to learn Vulkan and stuff, they were interested in like making a game engine. Now, in my opinion, it's either you make the renderer or you make the physics engine. I maybe should have wrote that down. They're just as hard as each other, but the downside of making your own physics engine is that you kind of need a renderer, right? Otherwise, you can't see anything. So what I did is I originally wrote a physics engine with like a really basic renderer. I think I mentioned this. It took 4 years, right? And it wasn't very good. It was kind of like limited. and it had numerical precision issues, so things didn't quite settle down. They were always kind of like moving around. And I would recommend for people who are trying to make their own engine to start out making the renderer first, because that takes most of the frame. I think I said that too, but consequently, if you're making a good renderer, then you're going to have to spend a lot of time on that. Meaning that when you make when you go to try and say make your own physics engine, you're going to have to spend equally amount of much time on the physics engine for what equates to about 20% maximum of your current frame in your game, right? So the only reason I suggest making your own game engine and not physics engine, obviously anyone can do whatever they want, right? Is that 70% of the time, 70% of your frame is going to be spent on the renderer, and if you're gonna spend, let's say, 2 years making a really good renderer or something, it's gonna be your engine's gonna thank you more that you've got a good renderer versus a good handcrafted physics engine. So that's what I would say. That's why I suggest don't making your own physics engine, because it's equally as difficult and there's less diminishing returns to sum everything up. So yeah, that's my justification there. But feel free to make your own physics engine. That's completely cool. I'm making my own game engine. People say that's crazy. So yeah, feel free to do that. Yeah, new physics launch, Box 3D. Yes, I put that in the guide because you guys told me about it. I didn't actually know about that. My chat told me about Box 3D. Okay, so let's run this again. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad. Yeah, thanks for asking questions, by the way. They're always valid. I might go into the... yeah, okay, so we are getting something here. I might go into the guide and rewrite some things if it's not that clear. So yeah, it's always nice to get nice feedback from what I'm doing. So what I'm going to do is do 512 by 512. And yeah, because there's with physics engine programmers, they're like a niche I don't think they're as in high demand either. That's the other thing. And you've just got to know physics really, really well to get that job, Okay, so that's my debug thing done. So that definitely works. There's definitely something rendering there. But when I render anything, okay, let's do something a bit strange. I'm also going to, so particles, I'm going to do I just don't quite understand why when I try to render the entire image, which is 256 by 256 as we just did here, it isn't rendering anything at all, which is kind of strange. I don't know why. Okay, right, it's already 256, that's fine. Yeah, but nothing's being rendered, interestingly. Meaning that everything's alphaed. So I'm going to try and kind of do something a bit strange to this texture. I'm going to build a debug version, I think. I'm just going to scribble on it, because I can't see what's going wrong here. So let's do let's do magenta or something. And ideally, we'd have a checkered background. Maybe I should do that. I don't know how to do that though. I'm not the best at this type of stuff, so I'm going to make a new layer, I think. Let's see. Alright, I'm 100% not going to do physics if I won't get a job. Yeah, it's yeah, there's just way less physics programmers because there's just less need for it. Not that it's not. If you get the job, right, as a physics programmer, it's like being a Cobalt programmer. You'll be in there for life, right? You're completely indispensable. But at the same time, it's very difficult to get Because if you look around, way more people are hiring for graphics than physics. New layer, that's what I'm after. Thank you. Text, thank you. Let's drag this to the top. Oh, come on. Get to the top. Oh, no. There we go. That way around. Cool. And I'm just going to go... actually, black is useless because that's... let's go red. No, red's useless as well because that's already red. Let's go with green. Look at us doing game development. Aren't we good? Welcome to the stream, guys, where we scribble. Yeah, so I just want to see like why this is not working, and I think we're in build as well, which is great. So something's wrong with this image, and I don't understand what it is. So debug, or particles debug actually. That was my Windows noise, not you. Don't worry. Just Anaster, I could just that was probably a smarter move actually. Yeah, yoinking a checkered pattern. Yes, but this will do for now. This is good enough. All we need is good enough, honestly. So debug. We should hopefully see that Visual Studio is telling us that exists. If not, we shall dig it up and just make sure we're absolutely getting this so we can see it for sure. Because I don't know if it's because we have complete alpha pixels. We're not. Whoops. Because I think I might know what the issue is. I didn't copy the image, but I think it's there. So actually, let's just run the application. That'll just be the clarification that we got the file path wrong. Right. Okay. So we're really zoomed in here. Let's see. Ah, right. Yeah, we're not rendering the whole image. Let's increase the size. Right, so this is clearly wrong, interestingly enough. I thought that was the size of the image, but I guess not. Maybe not. Okay. A 512 then. Okay, let's see how this works. Is this gonna... Oh, okay, it was 512 the whole time. Oh my goodness, that was such a pain in the neck to get wrong. Oh my goodness. Okay, cool. Let's obviously not load that one then. Okay, that was an easy fix, but I didn't... Am I being... I'm so confused. Why is that... When I select the whole thing, give me a minute. 256 by 256. I think I might be loading 200... Okay, give me a second here. There's something wrong here. This is not correct. That should be 256 by 256, not 512. So it's possible that... But like scaling it up or something? So we have our binary textures. Are we scaling this up by like arbitrarily amount? Right, I'm going to look for that number. 512. Right, where does this exist? Right, obviously it's going to exist everywhere, but let's just get rid of the stuff that's not ours. Okay, so key size. Yeah, we don't care about application. We don't care about foundation. We have this, which is our code here. Fine. GB device, we have texture resources, which 512, which is fine. Jolt physics we're not using for this. We don't have anything in vendor. Okay, so the SDK we don't care about either. No, I don't know why it's... Why is it doing that? It's so strange. Right, okay. And if I go to details of this image, it's definitely that width and height, but it's not when I'm in the code, which is very strange. Huh. Is it a good idea to put a custom physics engine in the game? In a game? It depends on... Okay, so there is an argument to be made that a custom physics engine is a good idea if you need to do limited physics. The reason being for that is you can get away with very basic physics. I'm not going to say that every game needs rigid body and soft body physics, right? But for the most cases, you may think that simple physics is, I just need a character to walk along the floor. That is a bit harder than you think, due to the fact that gravity needs to be pushing down on the character the whole time, and they're constantly touching a surface the whole time. Now, the game doesn't have any concept of what physics is, so you need to do that correction every single frame so the character doesn't sink through the floor. Now, imagine a situation, right, where you have a frame and the character goes through the floor a little bit, and then you move forward, but now the physics is, hang on a minute, the character's in the floor and we've pressed forward at the same time. What does that mean? How do you solve that? Think about it. It's kind of strange, right? Do we push the character up first and then move him forward, or do we push the character forward first and then move up? Now, you may think, well, that's the same thing, but that can lead to kind of like, well, weird results. And this is the thing about numeric precision. Things can start to go wrong. 2D's fine. 2D's like not as difficult, and if you're just doing what I call if-based collision detection and you're not trying to resolve the separation velocity. So just to finish, sorry, I haven't finished my thing. So if this is happening every single frame, you can imagine a situation where sometimes your inputs get dropped because the character's in the floor and you can't move through the floor. So you have to kind of like get this right, and it's kind of finicky and it's difficult. So yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, that's true. And Dimitri has made an excellent point here. If you're using voxels, then yes, you can write your own physics engine. Because, you can do your own collision detection, I should say. Maybe not a physics engine. Because it's so much simpler. It's vastly simpler. But I'm assuming that everyone here wants to have not just a Minecraft clone or some kind of voxel game. Maybe that's what they want. I don't know. Yes, no messing around with numeric collisions, because any Minecraft clone technically has its own very simple like collision detection. Like I have one. Why do I use Visual Studio instead of Visual Studio Code? The debugger is a bit better, I think. I don't really know. I think we've got profiling tools in here. It's a bit more heavyweight, so it's a bit more of a useful IDE. So yeah, there is some truth to not using your own physics engine. If you want to make making your own custom physics engine in specific situations, like a voxel-based game or a stuff like that. So yeah, a full fat one is best. Is the best one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. IDE wise, yes. So hopefully that clears that up. But generally speaking, most people are like, they want to have their character walk across arbitrary, like what's called a triangle strip, right? Where it's like just geometry. I don't know. Think of any game, any 3D game, right? And that's hard to do, and that's just the floor. Walls get even more weird because you've got to make sure that the character doesn't just stop when they touch a wall, but that they slide across the wall, right? That would be really annoying if we stopped the collision detection and we stopped the player from moving. So you need to do like vector projection to work out the separating velocity. And yeah, it gets very complicated and very difficult very quickly for not very much good return, in my opinion, right? Anyone else can do what they want, obviously. Anyways, so hopefully that explains things a little better as well. Yes, I completely forgot about voxel games, I honestly did. The reason that voxel games are so simple is because everything is an axis-aligned bounded box, which is very easy to do collision detection on. Separation velocity is very easy to do, especially if everything's just a 1 meter square. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, and it might be for a 2D game, you only want to have like really simple collision detection. So yeah, maybe even box 2D is overkill, but I would recommend box 2D for 2D. if you're going to use a physics engine. Anyways, I didn't actually mention that in the roadmap, but I assume everyone wants to do 3D, so maybe I should make a 2D one, but I'm not as good at 2D. Right, so I'm going to do a... Why is this 500 by 500? I don't know. I really have no clue. Yeah. ABB is collision is basically one-liner if you have a linear algebra library. Yes. Yeah, but basically it's very, very easy. But yeah, when you have triangle meshes involved, it gets very annoying. I mean, I'm doing very basic stuff at the moment. It's not like I'm doing very difficult separating velocity, because my collision geometries are all spheres for now, but anyway, let's get back on TSC. Impossible challenge continues, is not getting distracted. But it's good conversation still. I'm not saying that I'm not enjoying myself. Alright, so this is still flipped in the Y direction, so I'm gonna just see if I can get, with the debug thing, if I can actually get the thing that I care about displaying. And I'll just deal with this later. So if I do 8Y, I guess, this would be the size of 64. Maybe it's 128 now for some reason. I'm going to look at my 2D renderer after. I think I've messed something up. Just the same old, eh? I've literally... Okay, so let's just bring this back to 0, 0. Go 4. Physics is hard. Drawing fonts might be harder still, yeah. Yeah. You know what, yeah. Font rendering is a pain in the neck for sure. Massive rabbit hole down that. Okay, so 0, 0, that must be a thing. Okay, so where is that on the image? Right, okay, so that's there. And I want to move up one. Let's do Y1, right? I think I'm falling off the edge of the image. So we should get black now, I think? Like mostly black. Yeah, mostly black. Yeah, we are moving up, so... 2, I'm doing this very slowly because I don't understand this at all. So 2 is like this. Yeah, so that's that curve. And then, so it should be 2 more, right? So this is definitely 4 then. But it goes weird if I go to 4. Let's see, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, okay, 3 then. All this music is so quiet, and then the rest is so loud. Yeah, okay, 3. Interesting, okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. I apologize. That was a bit loud. My mouse got stuck. Okay. Fine. Let's render the... Not the debug one, but the regular one. And we should see this. We're doing the billboarding tab. Good to see you, my man. Thank you for joining us. Have a letter... or a pair grid. Ah, that's a really good idea, actually. Yeah, that's it. You're completely spot on. That's so much better than what I'm doing. Okay, why is that like that then? Let's go back to this. 1 moment. Yeah, I should just have a grid. That's so much smarter. Yeah, I'm actually going to do that now, actually. I think that's going to be good stuff, actually. Huh. Ah, right. Okay, so... Right, I understand what's happening. Right. Transparency. Translucent materials. Ah, this is tricky. What do I need to do for this? I've forgotten. Right. For now, we'll deal with that later. Let me just think about this for a minute. This might be like a one-line fix. Turn this down because it's going to change to another track in a minute. Right, so we have that, but that's not what I want. But that's enough for now. So if I go into my fragment shader, I don't think this is going to do anything, but if... Okay, that's fine. I think I might need to turn on blending mode. I think the blending mode's wrong. Yeah, I think my graphics pipeline needs to be changed for this renderer. As far as I'm aware, anyway. To even consider translucent materials, I think the graphics pipeline setup needs to be different. And we might need to do more after that, but I don't know yet. So that's the pipeline layout. That's the... And I can beat this up completely at the moment. Input assembly. We don't use any of that. Yeah, so the blend mode... Yeah, color blending. Okay, so... Active state... Alright, okay, so what do we have in here? We have... Blend state, what's this? Active state equals 0. Max blend states... Alright, so separate blend... What's this? Okay, so this is a struct. It's such a long time ago since I wrote this. Okay, they look identical. Why is there two of them? Oh, that's alpha and color, okay. You need alpha to use alpha. Yeah, exactly. So it's my blend state alpha setup. At the very least needs to be set up properly, so... When I'm setting up this, do we have a... Yes, we have alpha blend operation, which I think needs to be changed. And I kind of have too many layers of abstraction, really, for my own liking here. So the default blend state is... Alright, so let's just do a really quick hack, right? So I assume it's 0 by default, which I'll put a breakpoint here and clarify. And we'll see. Yep, okay, so it's always saying false, and I'll have to do this in the proper way in a minute, but obviously the obvious solution to see if this is even remotely useful and I'm doing the right thing at all. Okay, so yeah, okay, so that's obviously not right. What do I need to do? I haven't done the graphics pipeline stuff. Okay, so let's look at the spec a bit. My head to the loot in a moment. Right, so we're just going to look at the spec and just kind of get this. Okay, so the S-type, null, bit mask, additional blending information, which is the flags. I don't think we need. Let's see what these are. Actually, that might actually be valid. So it's either bit mask specifying additional parameters for the image. Okay, so provided by these two extensions. Okay, so we don't care about this. Oh, do we? Okay, so VK pipeline blend state create raster order attach access bit. I'm going to say this is an extension and we don't want to touch it. Right. Okay, so logic ARP enabled. Okay, so right. Attachments. I wonder if we need a blend attachment. So we have yes, we have a count. Says the pointer to the array of color attachment states, defining a blend state for each color attachment. If it is ignored, if the pipeline is created with a VK state dynamic blend enable extension. Oh, interesting. Never. What is this? This is new. Source of. Okay, so. Oh, I see. You can do this dynamically. I understand. Right. So you can do the scissor and viewport dynamically, and you can do this dynamically. That allows us to do the enable disable thing, right? That you can do in OpenGL. Right. Right. That might be a go if it's supported. So the blend constants, 4 values, RGBA. So the blend. Okay, so. The logical operations, what are these? Are these like ANDs and stuff? Yeah, okay, so I think this is irrelevant to us completely, I think. Not all, I don't think all graphics cards even support these, hardware-wise. I mean, I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen if you do a blend operation with XOR. I don't know what that means. And I think it's like only in some niche situations would you want to do that. So I don't think we care about these two at all. The flag, I don't think we care about either, and the pnext, obviously, that's just an extension or a potential extension. So it basically means that we need to get this right, and if we don't, then we just get nothing rendering properly. And next, I need to make sure that I'm not trashing my own blending by discarding the pixels that might be blended. So let's just make sure that that doesn't immediately work, right? Okay, so cool. And if I turn blend state off, we still get a sphere, right? Let's just check that. How would you recommend learning object-oriented for C++? I wouldn't recommend it. Well, it depends. Okay, so I personally am not an object-oriented guy. My code is very not that. So it's not like I love object-oriented programming, and I would suggest that everyone does that. But I think because it's so common in the workplace environment, and to have any opinion about if it's good or bad, you kind of need to know what it is. Then yes, you do need to know. I think you need to know it. I would suggest, depending on how familiar you are with C++, kind of continue with a resource. I think if I pause for a moment, if I go to learncpp.com, I'm just going to be learncpp. I think this generally has what you need, if I remember correctly, because I have looked at this a couple of times. Classes, more classes. Dynamic overloading operators. Yeah, okay, so this stuff is like this are all going to be related to OPP stuff. Like this is all OPP. If you go through this learn CPP and kind of go through these, you'll be fine. I think you'll get you'll know enough, I think, to do object-oriented programming properly, and you can have like a proper opinion. Ooh, interesting. I've been thinking of doing my next project in it. No, Odin. Yeah, I've heard good things. I've heard good things from all of them, actually. Zig, Odin, and not necessarily Rust. I don't really hear necessarily good Rust stuff, to be honest. I just hear that everything needs to be written in Rust for some reason. But yeah, any book will teach you this, I think. I don't think you need to go into design patterns. I think design patterns are an extension of object-oriented thinking. That I don't think is as necessary. It's like object-oriented and then design patterns on top of that, right? I'm less of a fan of design patterns. It's a whole like debated topic, so I'm not gonna like. Oops, I should have stopped this. Okay, thank you. So yeah, so I'm just gonna head to the loop. How do you design your code if you don't like object oriented that much? I thought it was object oriented. I mean, I use objects. I try to stick something called data oriented programming. Data oriented programming is basically a different way of thinking about. It basically puts data and puts that in front of you and says that's the most important thing, not organizing your objects, but organizing the data. And when it talks about data, it's not like integers or something like that. It's more like what are you trying to do? It's like a meta level. Instead of like an abstraction into the real world, it's like, all right, let's bring it back to computers and think about what we're trying to do with the data, right? And then using that and then kind of constructing ways of programming around that rather than an abstract object paradigm. And that involves something like I've put this in my guide if you're interested. There are 2 links I think that are quite useful to give you like an introduction. But it basically boils down to this, right? Object-oriented programming has its encapsulation horizontally, like from base class to child class. Data-oriented design generally has a horizontal way of doing encapsulation. So lots of arrays of objects that get put into maybe other objects if you want to do that, right? Free-floating functions are things. Encapsulation in a traditional sense is completely almost thrown out. We're concerned with cache locality and stuff like that, right? We're really trying to transform the data and put that forward rather than objects. But I think it's still good to learn object-oriented programming. But personally, if you're trying to do this, I wouldn't necessarily go too deep into object-oriented world, which is typically where patterns kind of take you. Can you post a link to your guide? My guide is in the resources of my Discord if you can access that. So if you go to my Discord and go into resources, and yeah, you can check that out there. That's like the full guide with lots of different stuff in. I can't put everything in the video of that description. But yes, there is now a more fully fleshed out guide in the resources. Hash resources. Look at the pinned comment in the Discord and you'll find it. Hi, base team. Yeah, that guide of toggle track. I think. Yeah. Toggle track is in the guide as well. I think. No, that's only in the video. Actually, I changed my mind. That's only in the video's description. It's a whole thing. I had to shorten the thing in the description because I only have 5,000 characters. Anyways, right. Let's let me go for a toilet break and I'll be right back, gang. So I'm just gonna throw that in here. Throw the professional streamer graphic on screen. Only professional streamers know how to do this. So yeah, I'll be right back. Hello, welcome back. Oh, my suddenly my microphone's a bit crunchy. Hopefully that's not coming through to you. If it is, let me know. My microphone works in mysterious ways, I have to admit. Object-oriented is... Oh, it's way too dank. Unfortunate. Okay, let me try and fix that. Hello. Okay. There we go. I think we're back to normal now. Okay, cool. Yeah. This I feel like a ghost possesses my microphone. It kind of just does stuff by itself. All right. Okay. So blend. Okay. So what I want to do here is right. Blend destination source factor. Yeah. What are these? I think this is going to be literally like OpenGL tutorial stuff, right? That's nice. Thank you, TT, for letting me know. So blend, color, OpenGL. I think this is going to be like super straightforward in OpenGL. So I'm actually, due to the fact that it just gives me the straightforward functions for it, right? There's no like silliness. It's like enable blending, and then yeah, but what else do you do? You do -1 alpha source. Yeah, so that's it. Rendering transparent, semi-transparent textures. Right, okay, so enable blend and then say that GL, okay, so what is that? Yeah, so it's gonna work this way around, I think. Kind of figure out we're gonna work backwards from OpenGL and then transfer that to our graphics pipeline setup in Vulkan based on what we read from that. We'll try and hopefully figure out what the blend state needs to be for the equivalent of, which is here, I think. Okay, so the factor 1 minus alpha source, and right, okay, so for a standard setup it looks like, why do we have 2 here? Maybe I need to read this. I'm trying to avoid reading it because I just kind of want to, this is not what we're here for. But I guess if you need particles you need to be able to do this, so yeah. If you're using multiple frame buffers you might need different blend functions for alpha. Right, I see. That's what this is for then. I guess different blend functions. So separate blend thing. But I think right now we're just kind of yes, it's like you're talking about like OpenGL frame buffers, right? Not the ones in render passes. I assume. So yes, we need to kind of figure out what. So I assume these are kind of enums. And if I do this, we have, okay, so what I'm going to do then is set up the blend of this fella equal to what we want. Again, I'm just going to play around with this because we only have one guy. And we're going to try and hopefully find the same attachment thing, which is source, okay, equals to what are the sources that we can have? Let's see, we have blend factor. And yes, okay, cool. Blend factor -1 source color, okay. So, lazily coded. Well, if you're going to render into a buffer, then those buffers on screen. Oh, don't think of it. Don't think it matters to the API. Okay, yeah. So let me think about this again. If you're, let's give that a run. Hello, Mabdo. Okay, so we're black again, but I think if I discard some of the pixels that we don't care about, we'll kind of be back to where we were. Maybe. I'm not quite sure, to be honest. Okay, so we're black again. This is not going well. And that's seriously not it. Let me guess, we need destination. Oh my goodness. Oh, hang on. Am I doing color or alpha? Alpha. Idiot. I did the wrong thing. Got Mika Stream. Yeah, I was there too. Nope. Alright, so let's do another. I mean, I could obviously just keep changing these around, but let's go into my other engine. I feel like I've done this already. That's why I half remember this. Yeah, he sometimes comes to our chat. I don't know if you yeah, he's on early in the morning for me. I mean, unless I stream really early, we end up clashing sometimes. This game's not scary, but a lot of fun. Yeah. Alright, so blend I'm gonna look for. Blend. Okay, so when he sets up the blend state, so when I set up the blend state, okay, so it's this. In fact, let's just steal this code because I wrote this. I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, in fact, I'm an idiot. I just realized. Took me a while until I realized. No, the reason I'm saying that is because literally I just realized, based on what I've just seen, that we already have blend state in here, I reckon. And I could have just stolen this because I am GUI needs to be transparent, translucent even. And then this is going to fix our issue, so... His progress. Yeah, it's great stuff. There it is, right. Yep, that's what I was doing wrong. Yeah, he's a smart dude. Alright, there we go. Put that there, this, done. Okay, let's just have a look at that. I don't know if I still need to discarding, but we'll see. Yay! Woo! Cool, finally. Right, next is... Yeah, that was a big detour. Now we want to change this back. Because we want to do this in 3D. And... There's 2D renderer, and then I'm just going to kind of decide that this is going to be a 3D renderer. And where is the... Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong thing. So right now we're just doing like a straight orthographical projection matrix, which I'm just going to be super lazy here and just store a boolean. I know. Mike Acton's yelling at me right now, but... because this is just going to be the easiest, quickest way to debug this. I am interested in to see... where's the... Draw quad? Throw this in here. If false, else... And good. Take this. Do the standard update function and duplicate view and view, and finally we just need to kind of go into our 2D renderer in a game and set that flag. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I feel like I overcomplicated this time. I was like too concerned with things. And is 3D equals true. Obviously that's not great, but Your Honor, Mike Acton told me. Yeah. Oh no, time to be executed. No, cool. Alright, let's see. Let's see. How far have we got with that? Let me guess. Nothing renders. Okay, interesting. Oh, we might have a camera. Let me update the camera. Okay, so I think we're good there. We've got an orthographical projection matrix. Sorry, a perspective matrix. No, perspective projection matrix, I should say. And now we need to go into our camera without messing things up. We have our bind list enabled. Oh, interesting. We do have a camera. Interesting. We are doing the we are doing the updates. Interesting. So I assume that would get further away, but maybe not. Hang on, let's just check we're actually doing the right thing here. So our vertex shader is definitely doing a... Oh, I completely forgot. We are not doing what I want. So a project view matrix is how this works. And project view. So I just got the shader wrong. Let's see. Yep, nothing rendered. Let's just move backwards. Yeah, this is the thing I need to work on. Is it view project? Is it project view? I always get this mixed up, so I'm just gonna make sure I've written it correct. Everywhere else is project view, 100%. Okay, cool. Project view. Yes, fantastic. So that's correct. And how do we see if this is going to be rendered? Now we could just obviously go into render doc, but the problem with that is it's not really obvious if our matrix is wrong outside of it just being garbage. So what I'm going to do is get rid of the transform. That's going to be the first thing to debug, because that might be messing things up. Nope. Okay. No, its position in absolute space is not good. Okay, that didn't do anything. Right, I think I need to enable the skybox at the very least, because I can't see anything. Maybe the domino naming might be worth it. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I'll have to remind myself how to do that again. Oh yeah, you do view project, view project, and then view project, and then it kind of yeah okay. That might okay. That's how it is. I remember now. Right, we'll worry about that in a minute. I've got like 20 things to worry about now. First things first is this is doing the 3D camera. Ah, right. Okay, so if we have a 3D, we also need to set it up properly. And unfortunately, I set up the... Yeah, okay, so the reason this isn't working is this. This immediately is just wrong. So what I'm going to do is, when we're setting up the buffers, which must happen at the end, we're going to set up if 3D, so we set up the perspective camera wrong. So is 3D, I forgot about this completely. So we throw this in here, and we do this, very good. And next is, no, that's not, yes, that is correct. But this time I'm going to do something slightly different instead. So intit perspective, and I'm just going to steal the same perspective matrix camera from the game camera. Otherwise, we're going to end up with some weirdness, right? So yeah, we're going to steal this and go into our 2D renderer and do this exactly the same way. So we should have now a decent beginning. So a view project obviously can't just be orthographical. I think after initialization, do we set up things properly here? So when we no, we don't. Okay, so when do we actually have this data to actually do anything with? I'm going to say we don't have the data because we need to do this based on our camera. So yeah, we haven't calculated these yet, I don't think. No. Right, okay. So, we can't set these values. And I think that's okay as long as we decide that we update them always at runtime, no matter what, right? And I think right now that's how it works. So yeah, I think we're good. So that should give us project and view, and then we update. Okay, cool. Let's go. If it doesn't work, we'll keep debugging it. Move back, move back, move back. Okay, let's do what I said I was going to do with the skybox, and to throw that on. I just realized the physics simulation is running with no physics being displayed at all. I just realized it's not a big deal. Basically, a physics simulation is running and you can't see it because I'm not rendering it. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so let's do the sky map because I don't know where we are. We're in space, so it should be very straightforward to see this. I think anything else needs to be enabled. Okay, yep, that's easy fixed. That is me not turning on the binary textures. As I took a drink, I was like, oh, wait. We are doing that for our guy. And read access violation. Okay, so we don't have a pipeline, apparently, which I thought was enabled in the function itself. Ah, right. Okay, so this is very specifically tricky. Just for this one case where I just want the skybox rendered. It's fine. It's easily fixed, but it's just like it doesn't have a graphics pipeline to bind to. Meaning that it needs to be done here. But when I do this normally, I don't want this to be done every single time because there's some graphics overhead for this. But effectively, yeah. Whoops. That was me slipping. I don't want to build, thank you. We are not ready. Okay, fantastic. So that should be good. Okay, maybe not. Are we really drawing? Hello? Yeah, okay, we are. Okay, let's do the call stack. Loop. Draw skybox. Is there anything skybox related that we're missing here when we've commented out code? Not specific, thank you. Skybox, shutdown, int it. Yeah, that's it. Oh. It would help if we set up the... let's think. Okay, so we are setting up the command buffer. I guess that wouldn't work in 2D as well. We do just say begin rendering. And we present... I believe that's, we also say the end of the frame here, I think, is shut down. Alright, I don't think there's anything in here that's that interesting. Right. Weird. Let me just check something real quick. Let me think. Yeah, just going to take me 1 second, guys. Just bear with me. Okay, we're chilling. Okay, right, so we've done that. Why is the skybox not enabled? Okay, so if I re-enable everything, we should see everything back to normal. Alright. It's not like we're not going to see the sky anything else rendered. Oh yeah, of course, got a breakpoint we don't care about. Yeah, there we go. Okay, skybox is here, right? Yeah, that's definitely skybox. I don't know why I'm questioning myself here. But for some reason, there's some setup that we're not doing. And, don't know why that's happening. So we are doing a bunch of... Yeah, debug. We have... Why can't you just render by yourself? That's what I want to know. Okay, so let's just work backwards. We get rid of the debug renderer. I can't imagine that's going to change anything. So that should be just that. Yep, now we just have debug renderer and a bunch of ducks flying around. Yes, I will be... I've done that before, but yes, we're going to have like a render graph. We don't currently have one, as you probably noticed in my GitHub. So I'm just going to turn off the physics. I don't know when I'm going to do that, though. I thought about doing it yesterday. It's actually on my list. I call it frame graph, but yeah, it's the same idea. Right now, we don't have it on, or don't have it implemented, but I'm trying to like get to a point where it's actually needed. Right now, it's not really needed. I'm trying to be very slim with what I'm trying to implement, right? So I don't want to implement things I don't need. Yeah, it's like I'm trying to get this out, and then we'll just like make something better, you know, with the render graph and like nicer graphics and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so the physics isn't being updated, so the physics simulation isn't happening. Then I disable this, which is everything else, so we don't render anything. Ah, right. I think I know why. Yeah, I think I know why things weren't rendering. Because we didn't upload the uniform data for the... Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yes, we do need to do these things. I think only for the scene data. So this actually needs to be moved. It's just a little confusing that that's there. That should be there, I think. I think we can just do that there. We don't have to bind any particular graphics pipeline, I don't think. We'll see. It should be the same thing. We'll get like a validation error or something if this is wrong. No. Okay, cool. The reason I want to do that is so I can swing the camera around and actually see what's going on. And if we're not rendering anything, then we can investigate why. Because it's just easier to see now. Right, fantastic. So we actually don't need this either. And we don't need to bind a graphics pipeline because we're only doing that. I find it really useful. Yes, 100%. Managing resources and pipeline barriers. Oh, yes, get rid of this. Final thing I need to fix is... Yes, we're going to... I've done it before. It's just... I think we should be good now. Now I've figured out what the error was. Yeah, cool. Now we can at least see... If we move backwards, based on that skybox, what is what? So, trying to render a quad, and we have nothing working. So let's go back to our shaders. So if I just lazily put project back like I did. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so it's there. And obviously it's just on the screen, which is not what a billboard is supposed to do. Yeah, it's supposed to get further away. But so it is here, right? Where's the CPU usage? I think it's the physics engine. Yeah, we're still doing the physics simulation, but we're not updating the... Yeah, okay, so it technically is still happening. Yeah, that will go lower in like a minute when everything stops moving. But I don't really care. Okay, so that is happening. Now we do a view project. Now what I'm going to do is clearly view project is not working with this transform matrix. So this is what I need to work on next. So the transformation matrix for a model that's a quad. Let me think. Where's that? That's the next question. Where is that transformation matrix built? Because it might only be in 2D, right? I actually don't know where this is. So we have positional data. I think this is it. Because it is a... We're accessing it by a buffer device address. Yes. Okay, so transform. And yes, we have quad data. We have the texture ID. We have the colors. Yeah, okay, so the transformation matrix is here. And by the looks of things, we have... Okay, so we have pure translation, scale, and rotation is not here. Now, is that an issue when we're doing this? So, in 3D... It is weird trying to render a 2D thing in a 3D space. Bit of a brain. Right, okay, so we have a... so when we do this in 3D, it's further up here. It's in here. So we definitely do a... scale and then a rotation, which is just... Yeah, because I wonder if... I wonder if we try to do this and we end up with a bad rotate. We end up with a bad 3D version of a matrix. So what I'm going to do is take this and kind of be inspired by it's just a GL. Actually, I'm just going to do this. It's just be easier to copy and paste. Take that, Control Z. So Control C, Control Z, and we've done that. And we're going to go through to our 2D renderer and slap that in here just for now. Again, we're only using this for one thing, so I'm going to comment this out and kind of throw this in. And we should now have a local matrix, I guess. I call it transform, actually. Let me just fix the music to say yes, we're listening. This, yes, thank you. Okay, cool. So now the question is, based on a identity matrix, do we get... Actually, we also need to work out the position. Where's the position of this? So, again, I think we only add quad once, right? Yeah, okay, so we're only adding quad once, and I'm just going to be super lazy here, and, okay, so yeah, that might be messing things up. 0.f, 0.f, 0.f. We can do, whoops, a member initialize thingy. Member initialize list. And just see how that behaves, and then we'll kind of work backwards. We'll move things out of this transformation matrix one thing at a time. So that's the position should be right in front of us. We don't see it anywhere. Cool. Next is the scale. So I'm going to do 1.f, Because I don't know if it's shearing to oblivion. Do you know what I mean? Like, so that should be the most basic setup for anything. It's at 0, 0. We should see, just make sure we can see it if we rotate our camera. No. Okay, so the thing next to do is check if this is making any sense. It's possible that our matrix is a load of gibberish, so we only do this at load time, which is fine right now anyway. So I need to figure out if this data is good. So yeah, that requires RenderDoc, and let's just throw this into RenderDoc after a bit of debugging. Sorry, after a bit of turning off validation layers and stuff like that. Right, let's go into our log and remove these fellas and go into here, scroll up, get rid of the validation layers and run a, let's just see how we see. So we're going to have to copy over the shaders as well because we don't actually have them automatically copied to every single build directory. Only here, which is easy enough to, just got to remember to do this. So shaders, you can get rid of these. It's kind of pointless. Right, okay, so that's cool. It's chill beans. Right, so RenderDoc, what have we got here? Can you let us know? So I'm going to be looking at the, so obviously I'm just going to move backwards just a touch and then press, is it F, was it once? F12, yeah. And we should have, yes, this fella, and then we can go into our pipeline stage, vertex shader, because that's actually what we're interested in. Now we have two. I'm just going to check this one first, I guess. This looks fine. Oh, interesting. It's 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. That's suspicious. That's very suspicious. Hang on. What are you? Okay, you're also 0, 0, right? So we have a scene buffer reference here. Is it really that? That's really interesting. Huh. Wait a minute. Am I messing up the whole time? Hang on. That's... Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. That's broke a lot of my assumptions, I think. Which means I think we can fix stuff. Hang on. The reason that's kind of strange is because when you multiply a matrix by 0, it changes the matrix, right? So why is view 0, right? So I'm going to do something a bit different. I'm going to go into this shader, get rid of this, and okay, so let's first things first, does it just render like it used to? No. Interesting. I'm so confused. What is happening? I feel like my matrices are all screwed up, basically. This, for example, what does update even do? We do have a view matrix, right? Oh, I'm an idiot. Hang on. I think. Yeah, it is an identity. Alright, so let's just do this again. Hang on. Reset. So I'm going to do F12 and then look at this again. So I don't quite know if I could be convinced that that should be 0, 0. Or if that's correct. I don't know the maths for every single situation when it comes to what the matrix should be. But yes, if we look at the skybox, which has like regular stuff in, which is this. Yeah, okay, so we have a... This is a regular view matrix. That's a normal view matrix. That's exactly what I would expect. That's a projection matrix. It's like we only have a view matrix when we go to here. Hang on, let's open this up. Go to... Oh, hang on, yeah, let's just do it this way. This. Yeah, okay, so we're not getting the same thing. We're getting a view matrix which has not even got anything set. Okay, that will explain a ton. Well, that's like kind of makes everything make sense. Right, let's just be super lazy, right? Hang on. RenderDoc is so good. Yo, Emmanuel, how you doing? We are currently staring at RenderDoc, and we have a zero matrix, which is not good because that doesn't mean anything. Now, what is this? Is this... Right, I'm going to take a screenshot here. Well, a little snippet, anyway. So if we look at this, and we see that that's... I think we're getting, like, the projection is the view, weirdly. And if I go back to the skybox, which has the correct setup. So, how do I get out of this again? Pipeline stage, skybox, push constants, buffer. And if I bring this up, we have a completely different matrix. What is happening? So the project is fine, but it... Well, in that case, I don't know... Yeah, okay. I think I've made some stupid mistake here. Oh, sorry, that's me. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to completely change up what I'm doing. Yeah, this is going to require like a completely different like idea. Yeah, so let's just Control Z through this, and I think I know what to do. This is fine for now, I guess. No, no, get rid of this completely. Yeah, we're gonna do something completely different here, actually. So this is fine to do ortho setup. The orthographical setup is fine. Yeah, I just realized I think I made a stupid mistake, basically. The reason that I'm thinking I made a stupid mistake is if I have two 3D cameras, what's their transform going to be? They need to match. So, this is going to be very straightforward. Dual quad 3D. Quad 3D. So yes, that's what I'm going to do, and I'm just going to send in the matrices. Const mat falls. So we're just going to get these from the total scene thing, right? So this is the view, and we'll do view project. Doesn't really matter which way around, as long as they get through. So draw 3D. So this is only for like a 2D renderer that needs to be drawn 3D. It's going to be exactly the same setup, but the only difference here is we are... Now, again, this is not ideal, but I'll fix that in a minute. There's another mistake here that I could fix, but one thing at a time, It works in 2D, so I'm just going to be okay with it. And I think NVIDIA, what I'm picking up here is that I'm writing to a buffer that could be being read to at the same time. So yeah, that's not a good idea. I don't know how it, but I think right now we're not doing anything that interesting, so I don't think it's going to be going crazy. Right, okay, so we've got 3D. That is going to be writing to that. It's a completely different idea here. So if I do this, I go into my game. Okay, so that was like the mistake that I've been making the whole time, I think. Is 3D. We're not going to have that. So... And now we want to take the game camera, internal camera, Where's the internal camera 3D and the view? Am I doing a hopefully a relatively safe to be assured our copy is pretty chill. Right, okay, so now we have hopefully a standard setup, but we're gonna have to do this in RenderDoc. So let's just see. Do we get a crash or some kind of weird thing? Because I need to be able to see the hopefully the same view projection matrix, right? So we don't see anything, but hopefully at the very least. Oh wow, thank you, Proven Object. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you for the lovely donation there. Honestly, that's really nice of you. That's really, really kind. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. It's always very much appreciated. Love you guys. I say this all the time, but I honestly, despite having a small community, I have like one of the best. I know everyone says that, but flippin' heck, it's always nice to talk to you guys on stream. It makes me it's making me a better programmer because I'm enjoying myself so much doing it. So you know, it's always great to see you guys and again things like that. Just prove it, right? Yeah, thank you, Proven Object. That's very, very, very kind. Anyway, so RenderDoc. Let's have a look. We are solving so many different things at the same time that we should be able to see our lovely. Ah, there it is. Right there. Ta-da! Okay, so. Ta-da! We do have it working. Yay! So 0, 0 is just off to the corner somewhere. Right. Okay. So there we go. It is rendering. I thought it wasn't rendering. So there we go. We do have it working now, and now we need to make sure that it's always facing the camera. So I just hadn't checked around enough. Like, this is not correct, right? It needs to be always facing the camera. Obviously, this is. I mean, it's kind of cool, I guess. It might be good for like a portal that you pass through. Oh, going through a blue hole. But yes, we need to be able to. Now that needs to always face the camera, which will be nice. Next step. Cool. There we go. GDs indeed. That's you timed that really well. The Proven Object. We just solved everything. Now we need to make sure the transform makes sense relative to what we're doing, right? Right. Right, so what are we doing now? We need to make sure that the rotation of the object is always facing the camera. Okay, so that facilitates that. Give me a minute. Thinking. Do I need to make every scene object that's for the entire scene multiple because I'm binding them both at runtime? I think I do, but I might need to ask someone about that. So if you guys know off the top of your head if that's true, let me know. Basically what I'm saying here is if I'm updating a matrix at the beginning at every single frame, because it's like a view projection matrix being updated, right? Do I need 2 buffers here for each frame in flight? Don't know. I don't know. That's, if you guys know if that's absolutely correct and that's correct behavior, let me know and I can always fix that. Outside of that, if I'm going to update the position, I know I need to do that every single frame. So we're going to make 2 of these fellas, and which requires us to do a frame in flight. So the reason we need to do this is because we're going to be writing to a buffer, right? And we need to change its position every single time we move our camera. Basically just the rotation. So it just needs to rotate every single time, but that means we are going to unfortunately have to increase the complexity of this 2D renderer to facilitate that. I don't know how true this is for, this is something like This is why it might be a good idea, just for anyone who's listening, to learn OpenGL first. Because things like this kind of get tricky. I'm having to deal with some synchronization issues I don't think you have to deal with OpenGL. I don't think OpenGL cares if you're updating a uniform at runtime, at draw time even, and also the GPU is reading through. I think it kind of works out what you're trying to do. Frame in a flight, but this is not too bad. There's a great talk if you're interested. There's a great talk by someone who actually moderates the graphics programming Discord, I believe, called Frames in Flight. It's called Vulkanized. Let me just pause this for a minute because this is worth sharing. If you guys are, give me a moment. Frames in Flight. Just like fill in. This guy, right? Charles Geeson. I think he actually moderates the graphics programming Discord, I think. Or the Vulkan one, I can't quite remember. And yes, he breaks down what this means and like how this works in Vulkan. So if you don't check that out, it's a very good lecture. And I know there's a lot of notifications, but I will get to your lovely comments as well if you're watching. I do them in bulk, so I do them all at once, so I don't get constantly distracted as they come in. Anyway, yeah, I do very much appreciate everyone's comments. It's all lovely stuff. Right, okay, so that being said, yap over. Let's start our timer once again. Okay, so GPU we should have. Do we have it? So current frame. So now that should work just as fine. And oh yeah, we need to do it here as well. Do that. Go down, please. And we need to destroy these buffers. So let's throw this in here. Yeah, don't underestimate RenderDoc, anyone. I always think that RenderDoc's not going to be that useful when I'm trying to think about something like, oh yeah, view projection matrices. That's not going to be useful for that. And then I look, oh yeah, again, I'm proven wrong. Thank goodness for whoever wrote RenderDoc is, or the team that supports it or whatever. Absolute awesome people. Right, okay, so that's 2 buffers, which is going to cost us a bit of GPU RAM, but it's going to be very small, so I don't think that's an issue. Now, updating the transform pair based on our... Okay, let me think about this. So we need to... What do we need to do here? So I've kind of ran ahead a bit, and I'm trying to think now what to do. So we have a buffer. Oh yeah, we need to modify the original. Yeah, so given... I don't know how to do this efficiently. Maybe a mem set of an object might be good. Anyway, so we need to take our array that has the data in and change the transform based on the camera's position. So yeah, we might need an extra argument here. So that needs to be there. Now position is fine, we don't need to touch that. But do we need to reconstruct the matrix if we're multiplying it by rotation? This is tricky. Okay. Oops. So what are we doing here? We're trying to take that array and So we go into here. Where's the array? Here it is. And I think we only have one right now, so I'm okay with having one, being a super lazy guy, and modifying the transform. Transform, and obviously then we need to write our data that we've written, so here we need to do our, actually we can do it below, it doesn't really matter. It'll just make things less awkward to reorganize. So we have the same setup as our, okay, that's not the right struct. Quad position data, so this needs to be updated at runtime. Okay, so TT has said memset is a very powerful function. Instantly makes it look like you know what you're doing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so what I'm thinking here is if I have an array, right, and I just have like a pointer to that array, is there a way to like update every single object with the new transform of the camera in one go, right? If they all need to be copied with the same value, maybe memset can do that for us. Because the classic example is what? Is what I'm thinking anyway. So quad data, whoops, not back. And then like I don't know, the data, right? The transform or something. I don't know what this would be, but effectively. And then obviously it would be, I haven't really thought about this very thoroughly, but yeah, kind of like that, right? Where we like memset everything to the same transform, rather than having a for loop going through each thing and updating it in sequence. That might be faster. But anyway, we'll come back to that. We'll do one thing at a time. Because we need an imposter first before we do that. Now the question is, I think, how do I do this in a way that makes sense? Now, okay, so there's two things that always stay the same, which is the scale and transform. And unfortunately, though, if I have a new rotation, how do I handle that? Can I... What I'm wondering is, can I just do this? Like camera. I might pass in the camera object. That might be better, actually, than these things. They're like rotation, right? Can you do that? So that would be... So that would be that. I might need to look at the maths here. Like, all rotation matrices again. But that's what I'm thinking, right? Now, that would be super ideal if I could just multiply the matrix. Because it does go... But it is... The multiplication is translation, rotation, scale, right? You have to multiply them in that order. It would just save some computation rather than like doing this like this. But can you then just rotate things? That would change rotation every frame. So yeah. Whoa, Emmanuel! Holy moly! Thank you so much. You don't have to donate, guys. Honestly, it's very much appreciated, though. Oh, that's so kind of you. Thank you, everyone in chat. Flipping heck. Just want to see how live chat looks. There we go. We got it up there, dude. Yeah, I appreciate that, honestly. Honestly, it's really, really kind of you, Emmanuel. I hope my live streams are providing value for you guys. So yeah, it's very much appreciated. I'm always extremely grateful. Honestly, heart for you guys. Oh wait, you are clearing the array value every frame. So yeah, honestly, big ups to the community right there. Like I said, we have the small community, but we have the best community. Anyway, love you guys. Right. Right. We're getting distracted. No, not in a bad way, obviously. Let me just try to remember what I was remember what I was doing. So the question was, that would change the rotation. Yes, which is fine because the camera, I think, needs to be we need to update the position basically every single frame. Emmanuel, so much value, especially the ones where you talk about how to learn this stuff. Oh, appreciate that. Yeah. I know it's confusing out there in the world of programming, which is kind of disappointing. I wish it wasn't. I wish everything I said was super obvious. Especially in that video, it kind of made me a bit sad actually. And I'll go into this just briefly. I'll just pause. Because I've been kind of curious, like, why have I got so many comments? And I was thinking, well, the reason I've got so many comments is because no one's telling anyone this anymore, you know? Like, if you walked into university, the first thing that you should be told is what I told you in that video. Yeah, which boils down to if you're learning how to code, like, it's going to take you a long time to become an expert, you know, effectively. And there's no shortcuts to that. But you know, it unfortunately that's just not how the world is right now. So yeah, I'm super glad that I was able to, you know, help people out with that and kind of just show you what I think is like most beneficial is, you know, sticking at it and you know, putting in the hours and stuff like that. So anyway, yeah, that's my word on that. You know, I know it seems weird, but I wish my video was the super obvious. Oh yeah, obviously, dude. You know, like got like one view and everyone was like, nah, this guy's just saying what everyone already knows. But you know, despite that, I'm glad it has reached people and it is beneficial to you guys. So yeah, I'll leave it at that, and we'll continue. Right. So TT has said. Let me just read your messages from top to bottom. Okay, so that would change the rotation every frame. Oh wait, you're clearing the array every time. Yes, that's what I was going to do. If the rotation is already rotation matrix, you get too much rotation. Like if a camera is stationary, it's still rotating. That's a good point, actually. Yeah. Effectively, what I want is, yeah, I was going to do an assignment for that reason, right? But you're right. If I do this idea rotation, right? If I did that every single frame, yeah, that would be. You're right. Actually, that would be. It would be the rotation would be constantly applied, and that would be bad. Now I could do something like, yeah, let's get the game camera in here, because I think when we organize this is going to be easier to use. So let's throw in the const camera, I think. So we're just going to do this instead. Camera, oh, yeah, we already have a camera there, but this is the 3D camera. So I'm going to say 3D, camera 3D, and yeah, because this is for drawing a 3D object, which, you know, we need 3D camera. I'm going to set up a view projection matrix coming from here. We're going to like this, and hopefully 3D. Do we have access to this, or is this really projection? Okay, we do. Yeah, I was getting a bit nervous there. Thought we copied the wrong thing. Okay, so throw that in there too. Right. Okay, that allows us to at least get the camera's rotation, which is rotation, which is a quaternion, which I'll fix to in a minute. But what we could do here to make this a bit more optimal is, I think we have, if I go through all my view height, your zoom. No, we have a way to, in our update function at least, in the camera, we have a only update when things have changed. Update projection, so updated projection. So this gets calculated every single frame, but as far as I'm aware, this view projection is, yeah, we don't need to do anything unless we've actually not updated. So we can steal that. If we're going to use that, we go if projection is updated, then we want to apply this and only apply this then. So even if we do clear the array values, we only need to clear them when we're actually doing something, not when we're not moving. It might be possible with multiplying by delta rotation, but I'm not 100% sure if rotation matrices compute. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? Because they're not commutative. I think what I might have to do is just kind of rebuild it every single time. But at the very least, we can not do it every single frame. We can do it only when we're moving the camera, which is almost every single time anyway. That'll be basically the whole time. Well, in our game anyway, there'll be, I don't think there'll be any moments where the camera is not moving. So anyway, regardless, this might be a mem setter, which might hopefully avoid this for loop. Well, we're not going to do a for loop right now anyway. So what I'm going to do is take this out because we only have one object. So to do, maybe try to, it's going to be kind of tricky though to mem set these guys because oh, that wouldn't work. No, that's not going to work. Because the position would be different every single time. Calculating one matrix per frame is trivial anyway. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. I think I might be worrying about nothing. But we are almost done, so let's just see how far we've got left to do. I'm just going to do some stealing of my code, some copyright theft, as we are rebels of the highest degree. If I can even remember where it is. That would be in, yeah, low GLTF. That's the one, and it's in. I'm just going to take this because this is the correct multiplication that we need to do. So what I'm going to have to do is take the. Okay, I'm just going to leave the rotation and scale and position right now. If you need parts of the array to stay the same, you can't use mem. Yes, that's the. What? Yeah. What's messing me up here is if I did a mem set for a position matrix, that would put the positions of every single object in the same place, right? Because it would also do the scale, it would also do the position and the rotation. I get all three, right? I technically only want to do a mem set for rotation, but there is no separate rotation here. That might be an optimization that we make. That we only update the, now I'm thinking out loud. We have the scale and transform separate from, we separate them all out, all three. So that means we can do that. And then we're not recalculating the same matrix every single time. I think I've talked myself into that. I think that's actually, it's going to be a bit of a scruffy setup. But instead of having a general matrix, okay, so let's just do one thing at a time. Let's make sure that our math works, and then I'll split up the matrix into three, meaning that we can do this every single frame, and this only when it's needed, and this only when it's needed, right? Because then we can just like push those values separately, because then we have a different update separate thing. I think that's going to be good. Even if it's in the same buffer, we're just going to be pushing like one value that's the same every single frame. Something like that anyway. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking anyway. Okay, right. So yeah, for now, we're not going to do that though. We're just going to steal this. Position and scale are going to be. So all I need it for this is that, and I just needed this line actually here instead of the whole thing. We'll do, yeah, like I said, one thing at a time, one thing at a time. I think I'm like planning too far ahead here. The cameras, rotation, matrix, and these, we'll do the position later. Oops. 0.0, 0.0, 0.0. I think we're getting repeating music again, so I'm just gonna I really like the song, but I think we've been, because I've been so locked in, I haven't actually paid attention. And then we do local matrix by this, and hopefully now when we update this data, which is done per frame in flight, like this, when we upload all this fella, oh, we gotta have the right object though, which would be dot data. That would be a disaster. That would be uploading the wrong data. Hello, hi, Force Chlorine. Good to see you again, my guy. Hope your day's going well. If you need parts of the arrays to stay, yeah. Oh, sorry, I read that twice. Yep. It's good to remember that though. It's good to remember that though. Hey. So quads. Let's just make sure this is correct. As far as I can tell, that is. We are updating this, so that's fine. It's the same object. And we have set things to 1-1, position 0-0. Which weirdly isn't where our camera is starting. So, and hopefully, with this rotation, which I hope, fingers crossed, gets updated every frame, exactly how I want. Ah, right. The final thing I need to do is actually, before this compiles, is actually send in the camera. There we go. And let's go back to debug. We don't actually need to do our render doc anymore. Let's get rid of this, this, and this, and run. Yes. 1 moment. I'm just about to do so. Well, we'll see if it works first. Let's see. How are we doing? Drum roll. Is it going to crash? Is it going to fall over? Is it going to blow up? Am I accidentally going to hack into the Department of Defense in America because of undefined behavior? Who knows? Who knows? Any of those things could happen right now. Right, so I believe we have... oh, where'd it go? Oh no, we've lost our thing. Okay, this might be a render doc situation then. Where on earth would that go? Okay. So the transform matrix was not happy, obviously. And if I just lazily check that by removing the transform just briefly. Oh. What? Where's the view gone? Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Project view. Okay. Right, that was weird. I don't know why that was gone. Where are the ducks? Oh, I'm just, I've removed stuff on purpose just so I can see more. So I'm trying to get this to work. Okay, interesting. Oh, I'm moving so... Am I moving slowly on purpose? God damn, this is huge, apparently. I'm moving so fast. And it's just floating in space. So I'm just trying to see where this is at the moment. We're trying to get this to rotate with us when we rotate, right? Like this. It's not currently. So I can go to the edge. Like this. And it's not facing us. We need it to face the camera the whole time. That is huge. I don't know why it's a massive, massive rectangle. But anyway, that's still useful knowledge. Right. Yeah, just for fun. Just because, you know, just because people are asking for it. Quickly throw this back. All right. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I'll throw this back on for everyone. You know, we still have the usual craziness happening. Everything's going crazy. Yeah, billboards. Yes, that's exactly what we're trying to do at the moment. Yeah, so I don't know where that is relative to our scene, to be honest. This is why I don't turn it on, because it's hard to see. Okay, so it's over here. But it is good to see like how big it is relative to everything else. Okay, so it's not too bad. Why is it over here though? This is interesting. It's like miles to the left. Let's ignore that for now. Yeah, it's like miles to the left. So I'm just going to... Okay, so I didn't think this is changing any of the positions. So maybe it is, though. I didn't think that would do anything, but hey. Colours are beautiful, exactly. There we go. So... Is that not... Is that in the same place still? Okay, so it's... Okay. It's a little better now. At least it's relatively easy to find. Yeah, this is I don't know, a blue hole, not a black hole. It's like a black hole but way cooler. It's a bit chilly. Right, cool. So that is actually setting the position, which is good. So this goes in here. It looks like we're not changing the position at all. It looks like. Right. So when we create the buffers. Oh yeah, the music. It's not bad or anything. I do like the song. But let's pick a new track. Because I think we're getting the same tracks over and over again. There we go. Dimension. I do like this track a lot. No, Die John. My Japanese is really bad. Now, which is the really good one? Yeah, that's the one. Anyway. What's your planning game? What's the planned gameplay going to be? Arigato, indeed, yes. What's the... Okay, so I've said that like 3 times. Concentrate on the question. We have... The idea is pretty straightforward, to be honest. It's just going to be a... It's just going to be basically a like a little arcadey shooter thing. And I'm not going to be. It's not going to be that complicated. It's going to be quite basic because I want to like get a game out there and put it online, probably for free. I can't imagine I'm going to make anyone pay for this. And then we're going to like improve the engine and maybe like make a slightly more impressive game, right? Right now I'm just like laying the absolute foundations for that, so that's why we're sticking with this. So yeah. I'm just going to grab a drink, I think, just before we get back into this. Oh, but the first thing I'm going to do, actually... yeah, that's still running. Just checking my timer. Question is... If I... Ah, right, okay, so... This is never true. So that's... Okay, so that was never actually being set, so that's actually really good to know. I don't know. I haven't quite decided yet. I just want my biggest concern, honestly, for you guys is I'll say this. I want to provide as much value for you guys as possible. And if I feel like I'm not giving it my all or something like that, then like if I don't want to disappoint you guys effectively, and if I feel like the game is not up to standard, then I might not give it. Then I might just give it away for free. I don't know yet. I haven't quite decided. The last thing I want to do is you know, let's say, yeah, basically give out a disappointing game for you. So I'm. For that reason, I'm like, you know, if I work on this for, let's say, 3 months and I get like a finished product, is it enough to sell? I don't know yet. It's one of these things where I haven't really made up my mind yet. So I'm just gonna do this every single frame because I feel like it's gonna. Okay, where's the fella gone? Okay, so this is where I need to turn off the. Yeah, so I'm just gonna get rid of everything again, just because I can't see anything. Thanks, man, but you have put so much work into it, keeping it free. You are the real goat, man. Yeah, it's, well, I mean, like I said, I'm not entirely sure yet. I haven't quite made up my mind what we're gonna do. It may be pay. I may make it paid. I don't know, but I'm erring on the side right now of it's. Yeah, I haven't quite made up my mind. It's like either free or very cheap. Basically, I'm not gonna. It's gonna be a very. It's gonna be. I can't imagine I'm gonna sell it for very much. Basically, charge for it, sure. Yeah. We'll see. I won't decide it on stream. I'll probably have to, like, talk to people and, basically find out what other games are priced at and see what's out there, But yeah, the last thing I want to do is, like, release a game that you guys are going to be disappointed by. So yeah. Right, let's keep on going. So our transformation matrix has made our thing disappear. We need to disable everything in the scene again, just so we can actually see what's going on a bit easier. Right. Where is our game? Oh, yes, I need to get a drink as well. My mouth is going dry. I'm right next to the kitchen, so that's actually really easy to do. Yeah, fun fact for the people who have just turned up for the live stream or maybe lurking in chat who aren't regular viewers. I am actually I do all my work on a kitchen table because there's no room for a desk anywhere. So I'm very close to the kitchen. Fortunately, there is a bedroom, so I'm not sleeping in the kitchen. But yeah, for the actual setup, my setup is scuffed. Right, let's see. Where is our thingamajig? Yeah, it is quite funny. Ah, okay, so it is here. Okay, interesting. Now you're the right scale. Interesting. Right. And you're not rotating based. Hang on. Oh, we're getting close. It's just not quite right. Hang on. You see that rotating? It's not quite rotating towards. It's rotating, I believe, the wrong way. What is it doing? So it was there. I think it went inside an asteroid. That's why we're disabling the scene. Let's see. I'm just chilling right now. Living off savings, which is probably a bit irresponsible, but this is yeah, I saved up a lot. I thought, let's try and get a game out there and see how that goes. I'm just going to grab a drink. I'll be right back. A lot. Not a lot, relatively speaking. I basically spent 6 years and 11 months spending no money at all. So I was like, you know what? Since I got the can because of an Excel spreadsheet, let's just see if we could make something, right? So that's my goal anyway. I can't do it forever. But, then charge for this. Yeah, that's probably the responsible move. Right, okay, so I'll be right back. Let me put the be right back message up. Okie dokie. Look at that. Pro streamer setup. Alright, be right back. Yeah, like I said, I'll think about the. I'm back anyway. I'll think about the pricing and stuff like that. Do a bit of market research. So we are very close to getting this working, which is nice. But I think I don't know which way we should be rotating effectively. So if I go back to the 2D renderer, so let me explain what's happening for those who are, just turning up, or maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. So we have a billboard down there, right? And as you can see, when I rotate the camera, it is moving by itself, right? It's not me just rotating. Oops. So if I get further away, you can see it kind of doing all sorts of silliness. It's like it's close, but we're not quite there yet. It's rotating obviously the wrong way. If we go really far away, you can see it like spin around like a disc. I'm not entirely sure why that's happening. But I think it's just literally rotating the wrong way. I don't know. Yeah. Yes, that's what it feels like. It's like off by a particular it's rotating the right speed. Like when I rotate, and it's rotating in a direction, but it's like it should be rotating the other way when I do this. So yeah, we'll have a go again. And I'll just leave this off for a minute, because this never gets... This is always false, it feels like. I don't know why, but anyway. Yeah, it's a bit strange. Let me just... Okay, so... Okay... Now, I don't think I can do something as simple as this. I don't think this works. Yeah, it doesn't know what that unary operation means. And if I were to, negative a, like, reverse... Yeah, what is this? Is this a quaternion? Okay, that's... I don't know why it's being like that. Okay, let's go into here. Rotation visors. Yes, quaternion. Okay, so, it's just a union of things. And if we go into the update code, we probably get that out of here. The pitch and yaw are these directions, which is fine. So when we do the rotation here, we get the view from that. I wonder if we need to worry about the... Hang on. I've got... This might be completely not understanding maths at all. I might be doing something dumb here, but I am tempted to just do a view mult. So that would be like this. And just see if the translation here is kind of like coming across. Do we need both? I actually don't know. Oh, hang on. No, it's... Is it rotating at all? Oh, no. Okay, so its position is changing, which is bad. Okay, cool. That's... okay, I was just checking. Yeah, that's just me being a bit dumb, I think. Okay, so let's go back to looking at our code. Okay, so we have a... We have two quaternions. They get multiplied together. We get the rotation. And it's normalized, which is probably correct. I don't think we want a non-normalized vector thing here. Woo. And... They spilt mortar everywhere. Yeah, okay, so, right. So when you rotate two quaternions together, that's effectively, I think, like a column matrix multiplication. of obviously imaginary numbers. Then we normalize that down. So it's close, but I don't think it's... It is being used to make the view matrix, so it is... As far as I understand, billboards are translation, rotation. The rotation is the rotation of the camera, so it's always facing one direction. Let me look at my old engine. My really old engine, not this one even. So I think the giveaway for my really old engine. I have done this like many years ago, but I did it with like a very handheld tutorial, like and I didn't write any notes, like a dumbzo. So yeah, so this is to do with so they get the up and right. Interesting. No, but we need to figure out... I think this is just for the light radius, I think. Or I could be wrong here. I mean, I could get that to work exactly the same way. The position push, I think that is to... Yeah, that's just the vertex position. I have no idea what the offset is. Okay, so that's something else. I think we can get rid of the offset if we needed to. Alright, so... radius, I think... World position. That is multiplied there. Interesting. Alright, I'm gonna experiment here. Just give me a minute. I'm not entirely sure if... so I'm going to take this idea and just see if it applies to what we're trying to do. Because this is vertex position stuff. So if I get the up and right camera, multiply them by what looks like... Okay, so if we get rid of these things... I don't know what the radius is. No, hang on. So these are two vectors... So effectively this is the final thing. So I'm going to try that and just see what happens. And then get rid of our transform. Maybe this is much... If this doesn't work, I'm going to have to bust open the rendering... sorry, the Foundations of Game Engine Development book part 2. And then like actually study the maths because I don't really know. I had a feeling I might have to do this, but if we can't get it to work quickly, I think, or it's not straightforward, I think I'm just going to have to study the maths briefly, just to know what I'm doing properly. So I'm just going to steal this idea. And obviously it doesn't know what this means, but I think we definitely have a view matrix that we can pull this out of. We don't have a UBO, we have a regular buffer that's got a buffer device address. So... this is just the same thing as that, which is very straightforward. Now, what it seems to do is it takes this position, kind of makes a new one. And I believe, what is my position at? So this is the actual vertex itself. Oh yeah, okay, so its position is that. So it actually changes the vertex. Okay, yeah. Let's get rid of this. And then do X, Y, Z, and then plus right and world. Is that the right order? Right first. This seems a bit weird and dubious, so I don't really know. This doesn't make much sense, but I'll work backwards if it works, basically, and kind of figure this out backwards. It also says 3 matrix multiplications, indeed. Oh, I'm an idiot. Equals... Yeah, we didn't equals anything. And 61. Oh, what's the matter? Oh, yes. Didn't quite finish off my math, my access here. Yes, just need a little extra. Yeah, I think this is like for a particular type of billboard as well. This isn't like there's like multiple different billboards. So position. Now let's get this again. Okay, it's just equal. Oh, you can't do that. Okay. Fair place, fair place. Let's throw this in here plus that. And this is just an unrolled translate, rotate. Yeah, it's looking promising, I guess. If I can get it to work. Okay, so did I not undeclared? Oh, 64. Sorry, I looked at the wrong thing. Oh, I've got it here twice. Sorry, I didn't see that. My bad. I was looking at the wrong thing. Let's see. You keep your old code active. So that did basically nothing. Pretty much, yeah. I don't update it very much, if at all, to be honest. If you're looking for like, do I update my old engines? No. But they are up there on GitHub. If anyone's done the Brendan Gleer tutorials, you'll be very familiar with this. Oh, I've removed the. Oh dear. Yeah, this thing. Ta-da! Blinn Fong lighting at its finest. And also, there's a bloody validation error. Yeah, I think there's something wrong here, to be honest. Hi, little beautiful Briss. What a beautiful vase, thank you. This tutorial was like 4 years ago. Yeah. It's an older. I don't recommend it because it's going to be render pass heavy, but he's got some great stuff in there. Still, if you went through it, you'd be fine, I think. As a throwaway like practice, I'm just going to practice today. I'm trying. Yes, so Mabdo. Yes, I'm trying to make that into a billboard, but it's not currently working. Oh, so as in you're still setting the position the old way in the shader. Oh, I see. Right. Yeah. Let me do something. I think I've messed this up, actually. So I'm just gonna kind of restore what I've done here. I haven't pushed this, so it should be get stashable and get droppable. Really? Okay, that's disappointing because now it seems to have broken a shader. Unless I can't remember how I used to do this. I was very much inspired back in these days when I was working with working with Vulkan. I was kind of like, I'm gonna follow the exactly the same setup as the Hazel game engine. That was a bad idea. Because that's specific to that engine, really. So where did I put this? Where's this shader at? Let's go and open. Yeah, so it's in assets, but I think assets might be excluded, which is disappointing. So I might have broken this engine. And now I can't remember what I did. I think it's somewhere else on my... Hang on. This would have been called something stupid, because I don't remember it. No, it's wind. That's definitely wind. Bear with me just a moment. And I think this is just for other people's code. Yeah, I'm just going to have to go into my backup real quick. just to grab a piece of some documents, just to so I'm just going to plug in a USB, well, a hard drive. As long as we don't access the homework folder, we should be all good. Right, let me see. So this would be where is what I'm looking for? I think it's old games or something. So T space no. Where is it? Interesting. Okay. No, it's not here. Okay. I know what I did. I just remembered. It's the vertex shader. It's the fragment shader, even. Okay, so this is just me being stupid, I think. Wait. No, wait. Dang it. I'll go into my GitHub. Maybe it's there. Yeah, Gust. Engine source. Do you have assets here? Yes, okay. Yes, okay, cool. And what on earth's wrong? Right, okay, so what I'm going to do is multiply. The radius would be 1? I don't know. Let me think. Okay, so it's just non-compiled shaders. I think that's what the problem is. Aren't you supposed to get the view matrix of the camera and do something with it? I'm not sure what. Yeah, I think what we're going to have to do after let me just restore this for a minute. This is going to take no time at all. Because I've realized I wasn't as good at CMake. My CMake is terrible, and it was even worse back then. So I think I had a compilation shader thing. Then this would work. No. Alright, whatever. For now, we'll just leave it. Because what I need to do is I just don't know what the maths needs to be. You are right, though. I am trying to do something with the view matrix. But I don't know what it needs to be. Yeah, let me how long have I been programming in general and in C++? I'll answer that real quick. So what we're going to do is I started kind of dabbling in it in 2011 and 2014 and 2017. I started to take it seriously. And then in 2024, I really took it seriously. So it's like I've been coding for a very long time. 2011, you're like, what the heck? Some people aren't as old as that in this chat. I don't know actually, but yeah, it's been a long time. And yeah, hopefully proven object. There's my specs if you wanted to know. It's just easier to tell you like that. Although I need to redo that, I feel like it's a bit messy. I think you subtract the world position. So AVI, if you want to get good at programming, you can do it faster than I did, by the way. Like, I did so many other things that weren't programming. I was like, I'm going to get really good at guitar instead, you know. I'm going to learn Japanese, and that didn't go well, and, you know, then I came back and forgot everything, and, yeah, yada, yada, yada. Life stuff, you know. I think you need to subtract the world position from the camera position to get the vector. Right, let's actually look this up, because we do have the resources here. Now, I don't know the... What is it called? I don't know. I know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say, like, is this technically plagiarism? Piracy if I put up a PDF of a book I own on a stream? Either way, check out this book. It's a really good book. If you watch my recent video, I filmed it briefly. So I do legit have this book in real life. So we're going to open up not real-time rendering. Foundations of Game Engine Development, Part 2. I just look up Foundation. Foundation. Oh, okay, which one's which? Okay, it's got to be this one. It's thicker. Right, so this has billboards in it. I'm just going to look at the maths. Why not codex / finish goal? Send me an email when you are done. Oh, that's good, Map Day. How about your Japanese? Yeah, I just want to know. I think you got okay. So everyone's saying that it looks like two people have got the idea. Subtract gives the direction vector if you remember correctly. Then you normalize it. Well, you normalize it if you extend the custom distance. You need the direction vector. So you need the direction. Sorry, you need the direction vector. No need to normalize it, I guess. Yeah. So I'm just gonna. The reason I'm doing this is just so I can take some notes. I want to be able to understand this properly and never ever worry about this again. So yeah. So it has this here. Whoops. You know. Whoa. Stop. Okay, cool. I guess highlighted. Yeah, so we're gonna basically understand this properly, and we're probably gonna do all of these, and I'm gonna take some notes. So hopefully that's okay. I'm gonna read this out loud though. This is okay. So again, this is the benefit of not using AI. I know I've harped on this probably enough, right? But I could just look up the solution, but or I could just understand it and never ever have to look up the solution again because I just know it now. So that's the goal. Let's dive in. I've done this many times writing hacks for League of Legends. Okay. I still have to go over the formulas again and again. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just gonna make some notes in Obsidian as graphics theory. Page 200. Oh really? Flippin' heck. You're way ahead of me then. Okay. Really? I don't know what page we're on. No. It's good. Okay, advanced rendering. Apparently this is bad. Advanced, but I don't think it really is. Yes, so this is the idea. And that's what we need. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to slide my... Alright, that's cool. I'm just making sure that everything's good here. I don't know how deep I need to go into this, but... So trimming... I see, so we might need to do that. And then structured buffering. Okay, so, right. So this is advanced, but it's not really advanced, right? Probably. I don't know when this book came out, actually. But yes, we're just probably going to go through it the very least. spherical billboards and just like understand all this, because you know, part of writing a game engine is also developing my skills as a developer. I don't think that'll take too long, so I'm just going to zoom in and get up Obsidian. What did I learn? Anything in that book is advanced. Right. Okay. So we got 2 questions here. Let me pause for a minute before we continue. Okay. So how many years are you a developer / creating games? I have been on and off for a long time. I really thought I was a game developer when I made I was like let me see if it's here. It's kind of fun if you can find it real quick. Is it? If not, I'll just explain properly and just go for it. No, I don't think it's here. Unless there's a recording. No. It's probably somewhere just buried in like a hierarchy. So yeah, I've been on and off. Yeah, it's the Air Engine. It's in the GitHub if you want to look. For a long time. But I wouldn't call myself a game developer, like a serious game developer. Like, I thought in 2012 I was a serious game developer, and I was like, I can render a rectangle, right? And yeah, it's like, you know, from the, you know, so yeah, escape point. Where did you learn to write different allocators? Linear, ring. So I don't really have a ring allocator, but you mean a stack allocator. What would I recommend to do that with? So I started with I don't really have like a good resource off the top of my head. A lot of it was just learning how to use TLSF, and then I kind of went through a bit of the Casey Moritori's like early Handmade Hero stuff. That taught me like how the allocator works a bit better. But the allocators in my engine are really basic, to be honest. They're not like good at all. They're not like, you know, thread safe or anything like that. So it's not like anything complicated happens. So if I go to memory, a lot of this came as well from the Hydra engine. And then I just changed some of the stuff that I need. So I didn't like write everything from scratch. I just modified the things that I just added extra ones I wanted, based on like. So if I go to like the stack allocator, for example, like all I do here is just like, if you learned how to do a stack allocator, I just move a pointer around. And that's it. Like, there's nothing. It's like the whole thing is tiny. And I just move this pointer around and write over it based on a sequence. Like, it just increases by sequence every time we allocate. And like that. So that, I think that's like you could do that for ring, right? Yeah, exactly. So I did virtual alloc. That's just a lot of this is just malloc, but like. Obviously, malloc is malloc, right? I have a malloc allocator. It's not really just a wraparound malloc. And the heap allocator is literally just me understanding the absolute basics for the TLSF allocator, right? But apart from that, yeah, I have a circular command buffer, but that's about it. I don't really have anything like super nice for I have stack trace for tracking memory. That's why I know how many bytes have leaked. So when I actually do forget to free something, it does like shout at me because stack trace is on. But yeah, that's it. I have a nagging feeling that people that need to watch your last video are the ones that will not watch it. It's probably one of those, probably one of the best programming videos on the platform, though. Wow, wow, I'm flattered. Well, you know, when it comes to people who I want to communicate it with, it is what it is, you know. If I don't get through to the people, I don't know. I very much appreciate that, though. That's a really nice compliment. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's I guess it's one of those you can't lead a horse to water kind of situation. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't force it to drink, right? At the end of the day, you know, I can only do so much. I know it seems I don't know how much experience you have in allocators, but like if you just look at my rubbish memory stuff, you'll recognize like how weak my allocators are. They work, but they're just a bunch of like interfaces into things that just do the most basic. The stack allocator is probably the most important one, but even the TLSF is just me using TLSF, right? It's just a wraparound TLSF. So yeah, compliment with a tip, yeah. Morning, Mika. I hope you're having a great morning. I got a good night's sleep. It was cool to see you live the other day. Or earlier today. Other day for you, I guess. Right, okay, so right, enough. Right, let's see. We can activate our timer again, and let's go into study mode. So, billboards. Let's do this. So, for those who don't know, sometimes I will just start studying on stream if I need to. My main goal with streaming is to become a better programmer. The second goal is to make sure everyone here is having a great time. I was wondering if you'd know any improvements. The only improvements I ever... Oh, sorry. I was looking at allocation algorithms since I need this one for a sub allocation buffer. Oh, I see. I was wondering if you'd know of any improvements. No, I don't know. Sub allocations. So what I'm going to do here is... so for those who don't know, I will... so like I said, I'll just... sorry, Ratchet, I don't actually know. I don't think I know enough to give you good information. Here. Hopefully that's okay. I know it's disappointing perhaps. But at least I'm not trying to BS you. And tell you that I know this. I know this and that and I don't know anything. Okay, so where is my... That's maths. Okay, so we don't have one at the moment, so let's make a new note. And this is Foundations of Game Engine Development Graphics. And I'm just going to reference this guy. Just a book. But I guess it's just easier to have this here. Right. Billboards. That's what we're after. Okay, cool. So yeah, just again for the people who are wondering, like, what are we doing here? Why are we just speeding ahead and copying and pasting code all over the place? The reason is, I wanna. The goal here is to become a better programmer, and the second goal for you, anyway, streaming wise, is for you to have a good time. So yes, I will be reading out loud, and because that fits the first goal, feel free to obviously talk about what we're talking about, and I will continue to read back. But just before we continue, crazy TT has said, I was once crazy. They locked me in a rubber room with a sub-allocated Vulkan buffer. And the sub-allocation allocated Vulkan buffer. Sub-allocation Vulkan buffer made me crazy. Crazy. I see. Right, yes, crazy mode. At the moment, it's just a free list allocated. Yes. Yeah, basically, it's just I'm just moving a pointer up and down. I don't know if that's what you want, though. All I'm doing is saying, okay, here's a big chunk of memory that I've allocated. Here's a pointer to that point. And then I just allocate, down as I go, like, malloc returns like a pointer or whatever. And I'm like, all right, I'm done. Now free it, which would just be putting the, what is it called? Putting the pointer back to the top, or putting the pointer back to, like, wherever we started the allocation. And then we just overwrite memory. Effectively, we have a stack, right? That's literally what we're doing here. But we just allocate ahead of time, and then we just allocate up that stack, and then, like, pop back. I don't know what that's. Yeah, I think it's just a scratch allocator, right? That's as far as I'm aware. I don't know if that's a sub allocate buffer though. I don't know what you're trying to do there. I'm probably not as advanced as you when it comes to this kind of like Vulkan stuff, so that might not be appropriate, but it might. I don't know. Right. Okay. So I'm just gonna read this out loud, so you don't just hear me just thinking, I guess, and crickets chirp and that kind of thing. There are many situations in which some kind of object needs to look like it has volume, but rendering a truly volumetric manner would either be prohibitively expensive or would not sufficiently improve its appearance. In these cases, it is accepted to render such an object as a flat rectangle called a billboard, also known as a sprite. Okay, so they just call them sprites as well. I didn't know that. That always faces towards the camera, so the illusion of volume is created as the viewer moves around. The billboards are frequently used to draw each of the particles in a particle system. That's exactly why we're doing this, because they are often small in size and lived very short. And move fast enough that the lack of true volume is unnoticed. Particle systems will be discussed in Volume 3. Please write Volume 3. You haven't. Anyway, various types of billboards are also used to render effects like fire, light halos, laser beams, and lightning bolts. A special type of billboard is used to render, called imposters, which are flat images substitute for complex models like trees when they are far away from the camera. Yeah. So Ratchet has said, basically, I maintain two lists, one for a used block and one for freed block. Initially, I see, the entire buffer size is... Okay, interesting. Is that for the... Are you referring to the sub-allocated Vulkan buffer? I either merge a free block together if they're next to each other every time something is freed. I merge the free blocks together. Yeah, okay, that's... Yeah, see, you're moving a lot of memory there, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of tricky. Yeah, I literally don't know why you would want to do this, because I literally don't know what that... what you would use a sub-allocated Vulkan buffer for. That's my issue right now. Anyway, because billboards are flat objects, they have their limits. For example, if the billboard intersects solid geometry, perhaps because smoke particles have drifted too close to the wall, then the flatness of the billboards become visible at the boundary where that makes sense, where part of it fails the depth test. Makes sense. It's a vertex index buffer. Interesting. Why? Huh? Why would you need to do that? I have one large. Right. Oh, okay. Right. Sorry, I got confused then for a minute. I understand why you're doing it. I didn't realize. See, I do that with a stack buffer. Sorry, a stack allocator. But yeah. But I don't mess around with the buffer once it's been allocated, which it looks like you're doing. I kind of allocate it all in one go, but I do it with a stack. You know, the thing I talked about there, where I push a bunch of stuff onto a stack and then pop it off again for each for loop iteration, because it's just like, you know, who cares? You know, it stops me like having to do something like with a vector, right? You know, standard vector, where it's constantly like, I still have to put it into an array, obviously, but you know, I can get away with a lot of things being stack based, except for the final buffer that gets added, yeah, the vertex buffer. So when I'm accessing things from CGLTF, well, you can use fast GLTF, it doesn't really matter. I'm pulling things into a stack and it's quite fast. You know, I haven't profiled it, but I assume it's faster because it's stack based versus... but I think you're doing something with the actual buffer itself. I have one large buffer and indices, UVs, and normals and tangents each. And I need to resize it and allocate free... Okay. Interesting. Anyway, all right, I'm just going to plow through this just to get to the interesting parts. But thanks for explaining, by the way, Ratchet. I did ask, so... I have seen some people write better allocators than I have, for sure. But they're not that active in the community, so I don't know if it would be fair to point them towards someone. Basically, I've seen some people's engines that have, you know, DM'd me. And their allocators are way more in depth than mine. But if you do get the chance to see, I do use I used a allocator that works like your stack allocator, I'd waste a ton of memory. I see. Right. Yeah, it makes sense, I guess. Anyway, I'm just going to blast through this. Okay, so because billboards are flat objects, they do have their limits. Yeah, okay, so we read that. Boundaries where it fails the depth test. A method of mitigating this problem is discussed in 10.3. Another limitation of billboards occurs when a camera and a billboard move through each other in the view direction, because the billboard suddenly disappears as soon as it crosses the near plane. A trick often used to hide this problem is to gradually increase the transparency of the billboard as it gets close to the camera. Handling this kind of interaction correctly without tricks requires a volumetric technique described like those described in 10.4. In this section, we'll describe two general types of billboards called spherical billboards and cylindrical billboards. Those names are not meant to imply any geometry beyond the flat polygon of which all billboards are made. They instead reflect the way in which the billboards are orientated with respect to the camera. I see. Figure 10.3 and 10.3a and 10.3b show examples in which these types of billboards are used to render smoke particles and fire effects. We discuss polyboards, which consist of multiple billboards joined together to follow a path, as shown in figure 10c. Finally, we introduce polygon trimming as an optimization that often applies to objects rendered as billboards when they contain a large transparent region, such as tree imposters. I see. Okay. Right. So there wasn't really anything that we... I think the only thing that was interesting there was the fact that so there are two types of billboards. Spherical and cylindrical. That word is going to be a bit of a spelling nightmare. Cylindrical. I don't think that's correct at all. Right. Sorry, I'm letting. Hopefully that's okay, Ratchet. If you just there we go. Yeah. I'm not nurging you at all, Ratchet. I just don't know how to help you outside of what you said. Outside of what I've said. Hopefully that's chill beans. This is nothing to do with the nothing to do with the geometry, but how it's rendered. Sorry, how its orientation is how its orientation works relative to the camera. Okay, so you can also get a, what was it, path? So a polyboard, which are used for for things like smoke particles and as they are like billboards all stuck together. There we go. Okay, cool. I love it when people sometimes ask me a question assuming I have all expertise on a topic and I'm caught off guard. I have no clue. So I just start imagining the right answer to the question. Fair enough. Yeah, I tried it to, I know it seems silly, but it's a very like when I don't know things, I like to say I don't know. And it seems kind of silly to say that out loud, like obviously, but I have a feeling that people eventually can see through the fact that I don't. If I started to blag and say, like, for example, in this conversation with Ratchet and TT, where they're talking about allocators in the chat, if I started to, I don't know, step over my expertise and start talking about allocators and I don't actually know enough, I think it would be not useful, and eventually people would see through it. So, for the most part, when I don't understand something, when I don't know, I just like to say, no, I don't know. I think this is like a thing, like if you keep talking or something, it's very easy, I don't know, it's like very easy for a fool to sound foolish because they just don't stop talking or something like that. I was reflecting on what you said there, Ratchet. Sorry, Mabdo. I was saying it in a work context, by the way, not out of work. Out of work. I just say I don't know. Yeah, that's because most topics I have no idea. No problem, Ratchet. It's honestly fine. You can ask good questions in chat. I wish I could help, but I just can't help. That's all. As much as I would like. Anyway, so we introduce polygon trimming. Sorry, polygon trimming, I should say. Polygon trimming is to do with optimizations. Oops. This might be good for like particles optimizations for billboards with large transparent regions. Useful in such things as tree imposters. Yeah, I just don't want to say like I don't want to seem like ignoring you or something like that. All right, spherical. Let's get into this, boys. Billboards. Fantastic. Okay. I just give the wrong answer. Oh dear. Yeah, that's a good idea. Actually, check out VMA. They probably. I'm surprised they don't have something like this. Actually, Ratchet. Now you bring up VMA. Alrighty. All right. So this is a polygon. This is what it's called. Polygon trimming. And obviously that's the optimized thing. Nice. Okay. Cool. Vulkan memory allocator. Yeah, it's unless you're like super cool. Anyway, so I'm just gonna read this. A spherical billboard is defined by a center point P and 2 radii. Equal to the half. So that's why we need that. Interesting. Okay. Equal to half its width and height. The billboard can rotate by about its center. Okay, so I need to write that down like immediately. Okay, so a spherical... I was confused by this. But now we know, Defined by a center point. Oops. Point P. And 2 radii. Alright, so R X and R underscore Y. Fantastic. Equal to the half width. Equal to the half width. Oops. And height. Fantastic. Okay, so that's actually like super useful. The billboard can rotate about its center to any orientation. So its normal vector points toward the camera. And the union of all possible orientations fills a spherical radius of that. Okay, so let's see. The billboard can rotate about its center, any orientation. Okay, so yes, the billboard can rotate about any orientation, but its normal vector needs to always face the camera. So the union of all possible orientations is a sphere of radius. Okay, that's good. So squirt, / squirt. Okay, so this is R to the power 2. This is the X radius plus... Oh, kind of fell out of his. That was a mistake. Let's do it like this, hang on. And get rid of this. And copy this. Oh, oops, no, I just need to copy this. And we should be good. So Y. Let's see, space. Cool. So let me just pause the timer for that. Looks like a bit of an in-depth question there. Escape point. They have a virtual allocator that doesn't operate on real Vulkan memory. So you can use their allocator for generic things, but the underlying virtual memory block can't be resized. So I can use it for my staging pool, which uses a fixed size buffer, but not in this situation. I see. I did not know that. Thank you for filling me on that. Oakley dokley. Let's get back into it. I could have actually left the timer on. I thought that was going to be a question. Education from the chat is all study. Anyway. So, to determine the actual orientation of a billboard and calculate its vertex position, we transform information about the camera into billboard's object space. Okay. We need to move the billboard vertices into billboard object space. Object space. So I'm going to say camera. That's going to be kind of... Is that it? Right. Okay, sorry, I was looking a bit ahead here. But it looks like we just need to do this. Right, it looks the same. See, like the vertices. So I think I'll get as far as this, and we'll see how much this already applies to what we need to do. Because I don't want to spend too long studying if I can get away with it. Let's where's the... Yes, we are listening to this. Good old tracker music. Why did I have this open? Oh, yes. Where's the PDF? Okay, so let's continue. Billboard space. Let M camera be... I'm going to say MC and MO. Let M camera be the transform camera space to world space. And let MO be the transform from billboard object space to world space. Okay, so let's set this up. If we have MC, which is camera space to world space, and M_O, which is which transforms billboard. Oh, sorry, which will be the transform from billboard object space to world space. Right, okay, so which will be the transform to camera space to world space. So that's camera space to world space, and MO is the. So we're moving both to world space here. Okay, so the vector slash vec, oops, x and y. I just saw this, so thought it'd be throw this in quick, despite not rewording that in our own words. Then the vectors x and y in the billboard objects. In the billboard's object space corresponds to the positive axis of. Then the vectors xy in billboard object space corresponds to the positive xy axes of the camera given by why didn't you reallocate and assign the allocated memory? Never mind, ignore me, I'm dumb. Frankly, all of us are a bit dumb except Escape Point, who is smarter than Newton. Yes, you had it here, folks. Ha ha ha. I'm extremely clever. My mum says so. And anyone who disagrees me will be banned from Nintendo, because that's where my dad works. That's actually, well, the first part is not, the second part, my dad does not work at Nintendo, but exactly. But yeah, my mum thinks I'm a genius. I'm not gonna lie. Incorrectly so, obviously, but if you but I think everyone's mum thinks their kid's a genius. That's right. You'll get it banned. Ha ha ha. If you think that sorry, what am I even saying? If you to get, okay, so you want to often get the okay, so to connect both spaces. Oh, bloody water everywhere. Underscore C and MO together to make sure that the transformations work. You want to get both vectors x and y be the positive let's just say x and y axes of the camera given by. Fantastic. Okay, so that's what I needed to work out in my head. We're getting there one step at a time. So equals. All right, so we have a bunch of stuff here. That makes sense, right? What's the subscript? Right, okay, that's going to explain in a sec. M to the power of -1 underscore O. Now it's going to take this because it's going to be used. Actually, let's write the whole thing out. M underscore C. And we need to subscript that with a 0. And then we can pretty much just repeat this twice. And do that. And just put this as 1. And change this to a Y vector. As far as I'm aware, that's exactly what we need to do. And then we go, okay. Axes, exactly. Axes. Right. Okay, so where camera J denotes J column of the camera. Okay. So where... Ah, okay, so this is what we were doing earlier. Alright, it's all starting to click. Denotes the column J of the matrix M underscore C. Okay. If we place the vertices of the billboard in the plane determined by point P and the x direction and the directions x and y, then the resulting polygon is parallel to the projected projection plane as shown in figure 10.4a. Where's 10.4a? Oh, yeah. The four vertex positions are V1, V2, V3, V4 are given by this. Okay, so that's actually really useful to know because we can just like raw calculate this in the shader and just see if that works. Okay, so if the vertices of the billboard are placed on... Okay, so if we place... So I'm going to type this out in a shader, I think, in a minute. Vertices of a billboard in the plane determined by a point P, which is our position. The song makes me want to play Crash in the direction of X and Y. Yep. It's all making sense. So the direction... So it looks like we have the direction first. But... So we need to get the directions and then we're like chilling. Which I think we can just do with what I did earlier, and then we just have the radiuses multiplied by the position. Gives us the coordinates. I might do it very specifically like this, just to absolutely make sure we got a billboard that sticks on the plane, according to this book anyway. So hopefully that's chill. I don't know if it's going to be efficient, but we can always correct for it later. And then hopefully we'll have something to write down that's not just... Because I don't think it actually has any GLSL code, right? Oh, it does. Interesting. So we have the center and the billboard. So this is HLSL. So we have... Ah, okay. So we have up, down. This is not what I expected at all. So we have the center camera position. Do we even have the camera position in our code? I mean, we can get it, but I guess... Okay, so it looks like... This is really strange. So the camera down. The camera down. Interesting. We can pull out the position in the down. I don't know if that's the... It's not the forward vector, is it? A cross B, and then get out of the way, whatever that is. And then B. Okay, so it's not what I thought. So look, I think we're gonna might have to go a bit further, deeper in. Which is chill by me. This is the thing. Understanding stuff. Again, I talked about this in the vid. If you don't understand why, you haven't learned anything. So I could just throw this in. I could just throw this into my code and just, you know, figure out what these values are and then just be done, right? But if I don't understand why it works, then do I really understand what I'm doing? No. Alright, I understand this so far though. X, Y, then the resulting polygon is always, and by the way, this is how you end up in beginner hell. Sorry, beginner hell, tutorial hell. Not quite never understanding why things work the way they do, and just only understanding how to do them. Then you get stuck. Isn't camera down? Up? Probably, yeah. It probably is. It depends on our coordinate. It's I'm not sure what this coordinate space is working with. It could be right hand or left hand. I assume it's right hand, but I don't know who it was written, what this was written for. Maybe OpenGL. But that's the Z. The Z is reversed in OpenGL, not. I don't know. Yeah, well, camera down is not what I'm used to. I'm used to camera up. Anyway, the resulting polygon plane is always parallel to the projected plane, projection plane. Yeah, I think I'm going to steal this. Let's just snip it in. Oh, ugh. Let's throw this in. Projected plane. Okay, so I don't. Which one is it? Is it B or A? So we don't have the plane, I don't think. No. If we have 4 vertex positions, B0. Oops. This is like one of my favorite Pokemon things of all time. I'm basically an unk when it comes to Pokemon, so like this is like my I think this is my favorite generation, Gen 2. Just because it had Kanto in it. Oh, it's so peak. Right, so we're gonna have to do kind of, yeah, we'll do 2 at the same time. That makes sense. So I think what we're gonna do is just, so if we have the radius, which I don't think I passed in, which, so what is x in this case? Is the vector? Yes, the vector x. Plus r underscore y vec y OpenGL programming shaders are only 25 years old. Yeah, at this, yeah, pretty much at this time of day, my brain just stops working. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, we can fit that in. Can we do space here? No? Oops. Space. Oh! Really? Wow, that's crazy. Can I do another one? And another one? And another one? Wow. That's crazy. I didn't know I could do that. Maybe tab? Is that a thing? That was such a random guess. No, okay. Fair enough. Okay, that's like super useful because now our equations can look a little nicer. I'll do one more because it's a... Yeah, that's chill. Okay, so X and... Be able to copy this as well, so it won't be like that bad. Yeah, I watched a video of this woman. She's like a physicist, I think. And she was like gassing up LaTeX. And I can see why, to be honest. This is actually... I'm using like a subset. I think it's math tech, but holy... It's... What a funny... Right, so then we just do V2. It's a good video. And then subtract. Negative and both negative. Okay, so. Right, we have okay, so my indication here is that I feel like I can do this. If we have position P, which might be our oh, we don't have the position though. What we could do is just kind of add a position like arbitrarily in the shader and just see if we can get, because if we have, because what I'm understanding from this at the very, oops, like I feel like I've definitely understood this more than I did previously. When I opened up this shader, right, I reckon the radius is like too small. That's what's happened here. But anyway, yeah, they've got the two different vectors here, and what they're doing is they're kind of like doing everything together based on the radius, which we don't have, but we can easily pass that in, and then experiment and see how that works. Let me just do that because I'm kind of interested to try and apply what we've just learned. It's not complete, obviously, but I want to see if we can do this thing. So what I'm going to do is maybe... Whoa, no, don't do that. Thank you. And we're going to throw this here and kind of like work through each vertex here. So I think... I don't know if we have the correct... so position... oh, right. So... I'm going to say our position is... So position... Why is there 4 positions? Oh, for each index. Interesting. We're not doing an index draw call though, so... Why would we need 4... Is this the same thing twice? Yeah, I obviously don't quite understand this, so I'm not going to try it, like, seriously, but... Obviously there's 4 vertices for a rectangle, but when you're when you're doing an index draw call, we have multiple multiple indices to work with. And if we do that, it's going to be kind of tricky. Anyway, maybe I should just keep reading. Understand this better. Yeah, I'm getting a bit stuck here. But if it's an object, hang on. Let's see if I can work this out. So if we have these vertices here that are V1, V2, V3, V4, we would need to know what vertex we're on. So like V1 would be this twice. Or we could just take these values and multiply them directly. So instead of... I don't know if this makes sense, but what I'm saying here is instead of having a index draw call thing, where we do this, I wonder... No, I'm getting confused with trying... No. We do have 4 vertices, but we need 6 indices because it's made of 2 triangles. Oh my goodness, I completely blanked then. That was kind of stupid to say that out loud, but there we are. Right, next. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna have to read more. I thought I could do it, but the problem is, yeah, the maths is gonna change a little bit based on if I had like literally a four positions to work with. This would be fantastic, but I have 6 positions to work with, and they all need to be transformed correctly. So there's something else going on here that needs to be done, right? So yeah. All right, cool. Let me just pull up the book again and throw this to the side. Again, I know I'm harping on this a bit, but I could just copy and paste the code at the bottom of this book, but what's the point of that? Okay, so if the matrix MO contains a scale, then X and Y first need to be renormalized to the unit length. Okay, so that makes sense. Okay, if M underscore O, whoops, contains a scale, then, right, so I'm going to write a note as well. Like, if I get into where, okay, I believe, I was gonna say I believe, maybe I should bold this. Not complete. Understanding. Get X and Y. Let's grab them. By doing this with our view matrix. Fantastic. Okay. So this might not be correct, so I'm not sure yet. But I think this is what this is trying to do here. Yeah, because if we do an inverse on the column matrices, then we would get these X and Y. I think... No, that only gets us the column matrices. We would need to multiply by the inverse matrix. No, that's not right. Okay, so... Yeah. Okay, so that's not correct, but it is at least a little bit useful to get the column matrices, column vectors out of the view matrix. You would want to do something like this. All right, cool. Fantastic. Let's keep going. Okay, so the okay, so the these need to be normalized to unit length. As we all know, that's exactly what normalized does. So I'm just going to say normalized. It's not like normalized to unit length means anything. Egypt is facing Argentina now. I'll go watch it. Well, yes. I hope your team wins, dude. Go Egypt! Woohoo! I have no dog in my. I'm not. Football's fine, but I'm not really invested. Wow, Baristo. Command build acceleration structures takes 20 milliseconds on the CPU. Oh, that's rough. What is that like? 16.66666 is 60 FPS. So you're taking. Wow, yeah, you're like getting close to 30 FPS, I guess. I watch one match every 4 years. Well, yes, I hope you enjoy. Have fun. For objects made of a single billboard, its position. So, okay, so for objects made of a single billboard, it is often the case that P lies on the space object space origin. Yes. So its vertex positions are simply a sum of the differences. Oh, okay, right, okay. A 50th of a second. CPU time on a GPU command, by the way. Oh my goodness, that is rough. That is really strange. Wow. Huh. Yeah, that's even worse, actually, yeah. Damn. Oh, right, I'm just gonna I'm gonna share my Discord. I didn't realize what time it was. I was having too much fun. With you guys. In the chatteroony. That is our Discord, our little community. Anyone can join at any skill level. And yeah, it's been I'm gonna call this live stream here. Just because it's 5 o'clock, that's typically when I end. Start my timer for a moment. So we're going to address you guys proper. Yes, so very much appreciate everyone who's turned up. Thank you for the lovely lovely messages. That's funny, that Ratchet. Thank you for all the lovely messages, and thank you all joining us and having a great time. Well, I've had a great time at least. It's been a pleasure to be part of your to be providing value to you guys. You guys are all awesome. I will yeah, I'll leave you here. I'll probably keep studying, honestly. But yes, I unfortunately can't keep streaming. So yes, I'll see you all shortly. Thank you for all the new subs and likes and thank you for all staying subbed, obviously. That's always appreciated too. Yeah, love you guys. All right. Bye. Have a good day. Bye.